vibes. Here we go again, and I am absolutely dripping wet. Just been running around like a, what's the expression? Is there a polite version? Blue-assed fly was the one that was coming to mind. I was looking for something politer, but I couldn't think of it. Cheers to you guys, to the early arrivals. Appreciate you. Oh, that is ice cold. Oh, ho, ho. Tina, you're supposed to be up here with me. We're talking to the peoples. Okay, folks, we'll give it a minute or two for people to arrive, and then I'll do the official intro in another minute or so. See if anybody does arrive. It's a little bit late announcing this one, but say hello in chat if you're so inclined, and remember, live chat, not top chat. The default chat will filter some messages away, up to 10%, I believe, that are viewed as either potential spam or potentially too adult for your delicate little ears. You've been here before. Look at me, I have literally got sweat rivulets running down my head. Okay, another 15 or so seconds and I will do the intro proper, just while we wait for people to arrive. Kind of week have you had, folks? Say hello in chat, tell me all about it. And here we go with the intro. Okay, the channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me, sort of. Down and out in Torrevieja, or down and out. That's a homeless guy, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum, rather unkindly. I always, when I interject like that, I always lose my flow. Some might say a bum. Perhaps someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets, or in my case, in a field. And nowadays, I'm in a tent in a field. The tent is seriously falling apart. Okay, so that's the Delta Mike, the down and out, and in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain, in the Alicante province or region, whatever they call them. About 50 minutes south of not Benidorm. We're about an hour and a half, a little over, south of Benidorm. About 50 minutes south of Alicante Airport. I think Benidorm's about the same distance the other way, but yeah. So I've fluffed my lines again. So that's the channel, and you are watching, what are you watching? A TrampCast Hangout. Used to do a program called TrampCast, where I detailed, maybe in a little bit too much detail, the events of the week, and this isn't that. This is a hangout, just me and you guys chatting. Me, you, and my Tina girl, my co-star, who I will introduce now if she'll stop licking her ass or her feet or whatever it is she's doing. Give me a second. I did only just get her up and onto the bed, and she has decided to turn around and go the other way. Tina girl, you're supposed to be this way with me, darling. We're talking to the peoples. Tina girl, Tina, say hello. Say hello to the, I know you don't like the light, but say hello to the peoples. Come on. I'll let you lay down that way if you want afterwards. You can tuck in behind my knees, which you like to do. You can't really see her, look. What are you licking? Is it the unmentionables? I got you live on the internet. I think it's just your legs. I think she's just washing her legs, folks. I don't think it's too bad, but she's not interested in you tonight. Let me... Jasper, hello my friend, hold on. I was at a church concert with friends, not my cup of tea. Nice young lady chatting and flirting with me, but I was flattered but not interested. I'm an old man. You can still be old and interested, my friend. I was watching a video the other day. What were you having? It was an ice cream. It was a sorbet. It was the sorbet one. Was it lemon? It was lemon sorbet. All I could hear was, mmm. You might want to add a bit of description around it. Ooh, the fruity tanginess, the citrus of the lemon, the creaminess of the ice cream. But all we got was, mmm. I loved it. You be you, my friend. You do you. Don't listen to me. Build your own style. Cheers. Lemon sorbet ice, yeah. Sounds nice. Isn't a sorbet just a posh slush puppy? When all said and done. That's a proper sorbet. I know this is like sorbet flavoured ice cream or whatever, but I don't know. What do I know? I'm just a tramp living in a field. Did I missed somebody else beforehand. Hold on. Papa Lima. The live chat, top chat thing is annoying because it always defaults to top. It does. And I'm usually an hour and a half in before I realise that I've got mine set wrong. So I get people, I'll see somebody responding to someone and they'll say, yeah, he'll see it in a minute, he always misses things. And I see that person's comment, but I haven't seen the original comment or the original person complaining that I've missed their comment, missed their chat, sorry, rather than comment. But yeah, that always happens. Hello, Papa Lima. I don't know whether we've met before. Don't recognize the name, but then again, YouTube's done this whole changing from the long name to the short name thing a little while back. If it's your first time here, hello. Hannah, hello Hannah. Did you see Tina? Have you just arrived now, or did you see her while I had her on? How are we doing? It's been a bit of a tough week in some ways. Everyone's leaving the country. So, you know, look a bit flustered there. What's the temp in Torrevieja? Fucking hot. And I've just been, the last half hour, so I try and have a nap before the stream for a couple of hours. Say I try from 6:30, 7 o'clock onwards, and I set an alarm for 25 past 9. But I didn't really get a nap. But I had to relax and watched some of my usual Sunday evening streams. Wary Wolf Adventures, I think he calls it, is one, and a few others that I regularly watch. But I have just had a big mass run around. I had to do something out there, then I had to make my cold coffees. So tonight I am double-fisted. I might be triple-fisted drinking. I've got cold coffee, I've got a cold beer, and I've got some water chilling in the fridge, although it didn't go in until late, and the fridge got what? We'll come to the fridge in a minute. But then I had to walk the dog, come back in, and then there was some other stuff. I had to bring the EcoFlow in and a solar panel, and I chased the sun. I ended up a little low on one of the EcoFlows. So I had to put the EcoFlow and the solar panel on the other side of the field. Just had to retrieve all that, bring all that in, get the tripod ready upon which the lamp sits, otherwise we don't have a stream. There's really only 2 beers in the tripod tonight. 2 beers and an empty can. Running out of beer. What day did I buy it? It's either Thursday or Friday. I got my 12 pack for the weekend. And I've got the one I'm drinking and the 2 that are full that are under the tripod. So there's that. 23 degrees currently in Torrevieja at 10 past 10. It's not going to drop. It hasn't, since we hit the tropical nights. Is that what they call them? Yeah. When the night doesn't drop below 20 degrees. We hit that, I think, about 10 days ago. And since then it hasn't dropped below 20. They keep predicting that we'll get a night where it drops down to 19, but it never happens. It's one part of the forecast I'm looking at says tonight will be 19, but then the other part where they show it hour by hour, it doesn't show that. It only goes to 20. So they can't make up their mind. But basically it's been above 20 degrees for about 10 days now. and probably will be for the rest of summer. Last year was a record that I think they had over 100 days, 100 nights, 100 tropical nights during the summer. If it wasn't 100, it was high 90s. And at that point, when I heard that report, there was still a couple of weeks to go. I think have I lost track of a question there somewhere? I think I was halfway through one question. Keith, Sign of Nature, hello. Marie, I'm working backwards. Roger, DJ Son, hello. Nick, yeah, I think I was just answering you. You look flustered. I am. The other thing is, I was wearing a normal t-shirt, but I wore it too long and I didn't wash it often enough. So I had to switch to something different. And it's a rather thick polo shirt, which is not the right choice. What I've got to do, I've got lots of water now. Karen left the other day and she dropped off. I can't quite work out where I've put everything, but somewhere between 12 and 14, I think they're 6-litre bottles of water. Do the maths. 84 litres of water, would that be? Together with whatever I'd already got, and I've got quite a bit already. So I've got enough water to actually stand and do some washing. If I can dig out my clothes, what I think I've done over time, I put clothes into some bags, waiting to be washed, and then I've piled other things on top and kind of lost them in the storage area of the tent over there. And I went through quite a period where I was too borderline with water to be washed. If you've ever washed clothes by hand and measured the water it takes, if you've ever had to do it out of 6 or 8 litre bottles, 20 litres for a t-shirt, maybe. So an initial rinse, especially if if you've wore that t-shirt for like a month, like a tramp might do. So you give it an overnight soak and the water's black by morning, and then you've got to rinse your bowl out a little bit, and then you've got to like give the clothes a quick rinse again to get the last of that mucky water out that you're still holding, and then you might give it a pre-wash, and then a rinse, and then a proper wash, and then a rinse. You might even give it a kind of a third wash, depending on how bad things have been. Yeah, you can go through a hell of a lot of water just trying to keep a few t-shirts and a pair of shorts clean. The jeans that I wore for the last 6-8 months, ever since my legs got all the bites and the explosive pus-filled eruptions last summer, and I think it was early in the summer as well. Ever since then, I kept my legs covered. I went whole years without wearing long pants, even in winter. But because I had these infections, I was wearing long pants, and then I couldn't find any shorts to put on, proper external shorts. I'm not going to wash the jeans. The zips bust, the buttons gone from the waistband. They're a little bit too snug. I think when I first got those jeans, I was down from my normal 100 kilograms, almost exactly. There'd be a variation of plus or minus 2. Christmas I might go plus 4. But I was 100 kilograms, almost on the nose. And I went down to 67, was it? It was. I went down to 67 when I found a set of weight scales in a skip one day. Should have kept those scales, but I didn't. I just weighed myself once and threw them back in the skip. But I think that's when I found this pair of jeans, and I'm not quite as badly off as I was back then. I'd gone 3 months, 4 months with hardly eating anything. 6, sometimes 8 slices of bread a day. In sandwiches, either chocolate spread or pate, occasionally mortadello, I can't remember. That stuff, doctor's sausage basically. So I lost a lot of weight in that first 4 months because I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't have any help or support. I only had the food that I could scrounge from bins or money that people gave me randomly, um, randomly in the street or when I was sat on the benches. Didn't ask. I never asked for money. But people could clearly see that something wasn't right, and were offering me help occasionally. I'm just working backwards. Okay, I'm back to where Hannah arrived. I saw that. Did I answer your question, Hannah, for how are we doing? I think I was saying I was a little bit depressed because, well, I just said Karen's left. Other people have left in recent weeks. I've got almost no one left in country. I was checking, my friend Ismo's here. I was chatting with him the other day. He was going to come round, but something happened. I don't know if he's here. I don't know if Ismo will see this. I think what happened was when I did the last live stream last Sunday, I didn't do one this Friday. I wasn't in the mood, sorry. When I did the live stream, I put the phone on Do Not Disturb, which I haven't done this time. Just excuse me a moment, actually. Otherwise, anyone watching this in headphones will get a shock if anybody, if any plinks come in on the phone. What does Do Not Disturb look like? Oh, there it is. Okay. Sorry. Silly little departure. So I put the phone on Do Not Disturb mode. And if people sent me like a messenger while I was on the tablet, fine, I got it. But if they sent it while I was on the phone, silence. So I think I've missed. I think Ismo might try to contact me, and I didn't hear it. So if Ismo's out there, sorry, my friend. He was going to come round one day, and then I heard nothing. But that might be my fault that I heard nothing. Yeah, I messed up. So there was Nick. There was Nick arriving. You look flustered. Yeah, I think I've answered that one. Is it hot there? 34 here, says Roger. What now? Oh no, we're not. We're nowhere near that. What did I say before? 24, 23, whatever it was. Through the day, today was only 26. No, that was yesterday. Today was 25. We had a little bit of cloud cover today, and it's currently 23. Surely you're not 30 something now. Let me scroll. Hi all, just said, oh, Maurice, okay, it's jumped down. Famar arrived and chat went to let me go back to Marie. There's Marie. Just saying hello while I have a chance before Famar takes over, Lolly. He does that sometimes. Keith, studio mic at your service. People share your thoughts. You never know, you might have something in common with his theme. I'm lost. Is studio mic the name of someone? At your service. People share your thoughts. You never know. Okay. Maybe you could clarify for me, because I didn't quite follow. All these old quarries, they turn into lakes. Then the latest rich capitalists build hotels, and it's goodbye nature. Better a big lake than an open ex-quarry, a big scar on the landscape for people to fall in. Because you get kids like I was when I was a kid. I rode my bike around the edge of quarries on some quite dangerous tracks. Looking back, there'd be like 10 of us riding on this path. With my memories, it's this wide, like about 3 times the width of the tire. It was probably a bit wider. But even so, a little wobble and you go to put your foot on the ground and there's no ground there. That would be no good. You had to be really careful. And I remember one time we went down a path that we'd never explored before. And there's like, I don't know, 6 of us or 8 of us in a line. And it comes to a dead end. There was nowhere to go. So we all had to turn our bikes around on this ledge above a huge precipice. If it was filled with water, at least if we fell in, we're not gonna fall to the bloody bottom and be squished. But yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Jasper. There was Farmer arriving. Hello, Farmer. Fabrizio. Hello, Delta Force Mike. Oh, welcome. I missed the welcome. I must include when he welcomes me to my own stream. That's always a plus. Jasper, he likes a beach with woodland combined, so you're close to nature. Yeah, we got that down at La Mata. We got the sea, sand, and then dunes, and then actual pine kind of woodland. Very nice, and they have boards and walkways and things through it. And I'd walk through and get to the end, and then it's the beach, and then I've got the dog with me, so we're not allowed on there. They're so protective of their blue flag status. They get very, they get very funny about dogs on the beach. With some people, and at other times of the year, not with. I've never been able to work it out. Some people tell me, oh, in off season, when it's not like peak season, you can take your dogs on the beach in the morning and in the evening. And I did it once. And I went there with a female friend, and a week later she was there on her own, and she got pulled and told if she was found there again, it would be a €750 fine. Was it 750 or was it 1,000? I can't remember. Fortunately, she was quite pretty and she could smile and say sorry, and they let her off. Do you think I would have get let off? No, I don't think so. Anyway, Jasper says a beach, woodland combined, so you're close to nature, but this place is getting developed for rich people and it's good by nature. Keith says cool. Jasper says hello folks. Yep, okay. Jasper, so much for rising seas. Oh, I don't know, mate. Let's not get into the global warming, rising seas stuff. Not tonight, if you don't mind. Another day. We'll do it another day. Farmer, my friend, says pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button, and consider subscribing. And afterwards, if you could comment and hype, that might help. If any of you do the hype thing, you get 3 hypes a week, and the points that you give depends on, I think it depends on how many videos you've watched and how much you do. I get quite a few points to hand out. Everybody select all messages from the menu if you can. Yeah, we covered that before, the menu for chat. It's been raining in the UK and colder, says Nick. I was just watching someone who was saying that it'd been red hot and a heat wave still this last week. When did the heat wave end, and which part of the country are you in? It's been raining in the UK and colder. The heat wave is over for the time being. You're better off over there. I don't know. Through the day it bakes. I mean, I'm fortunate that I've got the EcoFlow, the solar panels, the fan, the fridge. And my life before I got the fridge and the fan, well, I had a previous fan, a fan previous to this, but my life before those was hell during summer. I didn't want to sit outside because of the sun. Inside, down low because heat's up there, but it would still get to 30, 35, 40 degrees down. It could hit 50 at head height, and it did, and I've got videos of it, I believe. I broke my thermometer, didn't I, a couple of weeks back. Don't know how, but I cracked the outer plastic, and somehow that stopped the whole thing working, which is a bit mysterious. But yeah, no, it gets hot in here. Sometimes I'll take the dog out. Oh, here's the other thing. In this field, I'm sheltered on at least, I've got 2 sides with trees. There's a little gap through the corner in between them, but there's 2 banks of trees to the east and the north, which protect me from strong winds a lot of the time. But in summer, they're often protecting me from a sea breeze. If I step off this field and onto this little track when I'm walking the dog sometimes, suddenly I'm like, oh, it's cooler outside than in. I've got to be stood in the sun, but I'm cooler out there than in here. But you got to balance the amount of sun you expose yourself to. I'm not a user of oils and sun protection factors and all that shenanigans. Mainly just because for a large amount, well, I mean, You put that on your forehead and then you sweat and it runs down into your eyes. That's so. What are you going to do? What are you actually covering? That shit's no good. I remember one day I did try some. Someone gave me some. This years and years ago, before I was homeless. I put some on and off I walked down towards the Lamati to the Medusa bar, and I sweated like a you know what on the way there, and it ran down, and my eyes were. By the time I got there, my eyes were bloodshot. By the time I left there, my eyes were just bright red. And people are looking at me like, oh, he's pie-eyed. Look at him, you know. How much have you drunk? And he's like, I've only been here for 2 hours, you daft son. What the fuck are you talking about? I used to love going to that bar because it was from where I lived. It was a good 20-minute walk there and a good 20-minute walk back afterwards. Bit of fresh air after 1 or 2 beers too many. Is there a pattern emerging in this conversation? I'm not sure. Hold on. What's the longest spell, Mike? Fasting. What's the longest I've done fasting? 4 days. I cheated slightly on the last 2 days. I had this really weak soup. And when I say a soup, so you take a big pan, a big, like a cauldron, a big pan, and you fill it with water, maybe a stock cube, and 1 potato, half grated and half diced quite fine. So the intention is that when you boil it, the grated stuff will dissolve away and you'll be left with really soft, small cubes. So it was 1 potato, hold on, yeah, it was 1 potato, it was quite a big potato, and 2 medium-sized carrots. That was my soup. A stock cube, maybe 2 stock cubes. It was a big pan. Can't remember. It's a long time ago. This was in the 3 or 4 months before I was evicted from the apartment when money was running really low. If only I'd known then that I could have walked around the bins and got food. If I'd known that while I was in the apartment. But I didn't. I only learned that afterwards. It's not as bad as it sounds. For anyone new here, walking around the bins looking for food isn't... I'm not picking... Well, mainly I'm not picking stuff out. Pizza boxes, yeah. 1 in 3 pizza boxes contains more than 1/3 of a pizza. If you and your family buy takeaway pizza, you probably know this. You're probably throwing away 2, 3, 4 slices every time the family buys pizzas. Here, it's mainly nightclubbers walking home and eyes bigger than their belly. They buy a full pizza and maybe only eat half, sometimes only half. I once picked up a pizza box out of a bin. It's in the top, inside the bin, but in the top and not been there long. And I picked it up and there was 2 distinct halves of separate pizzas, but in the same box. So there's a full pizza in the box. And I think it had been balanced carefully on the top of the stuff in the bin, because at that point, there was quite a crew of people walking around bins looking for things. Nowadays, they've changed the design of the bins. They don't get as full. You can't get in. So people leave stuff on hanging from the bins or in bags next to bins. Or in my case now, because I'm kind of established, people bring bags of food to me. As the other week, when I had 7 bags of food in here. And unfortunately, I just had to throw half a bag of food away. Was that yesterday? Just stuff that I didn't get to in time. Too much fresh stuff. Because I had 3, was it 3 people or 4 in the end? I had 3 or 4 people, separate people, bring me food in 3 days. And I just didn't get to it all. I think even now I've got a half a cabbage or a quarter of a cabbage and a quarter of a cauliflower that are probably past. I haven't looked at them for a couple of days. A couple of days ago they were borderline. By now they're and my fridge freezer thing, it's a camping fridge freezer. It's only, I say only, it's 50 litres. It was the biggest in the range that me and a couple of friends were looking at. But I got the bigger one, but there's a limit in there. And everybody, I've got to do something about this. Everybody brings me butter and margarine and cream cheese and Philadelphia. Can you say Philadelphia without saying Philadelphia? Sarah Crow, wasn't it, back in the day? I'm probably talking about 30 years ago. An advert on the telly. I've never been able to say Philadelphia without following it up with the silly noises. But half of the fridge part, so the fridge part in my thing is the smaller section, and then there's a larger part that's the freezer, supposedly. But it seems to freeze from the fridge end, and so by the far end isn't as effective. So that's the part where I store the beers. When I've got them, they go at the furthest end away from the fridge. At the end where you open it up, the 12 pack of beer goes in there. And if you haven't got, for many months, I had 3 bottles of water in the bottom for like thermal mass, so that if everything gets cold, and then it would hold the temperature more, like overnight or whatever, when I'm not running it as much. But I've taken those out. I needed the space. And what I'm finding now is, I said earlier we'd come to the fridge soon. What I'm finding now is, I went from -12, allegedly, apparently, according to the measure on the thing, to +4 in 1 hour of not having it turned on. Now, part of that is going to be because it's 28 degrees most of the day. But I think part of that is because I've taken these water bottles out of the bottom because I needed the space for food. And so I've lost that. If I could maintain those bottles frozen in the bottom, and then even when the freezer isn't running on full blast, that ice would have this thermal mass. I mean, it's a thing. You know what I mean? You've got a cool box and you put some ice in, everything stays cooler longer because of the ice. It's that. And then hopefully you turn the freezer on and it refreezes later. I'm finding I'm having to run it a lot more at the minute. Now obviously these are warmer days than they were a month or 2 ago. But where was I? I don't even know what the question was. We started with fasting. Yeah, 3 or 4 days when I didn't have any money. And here's the thing, at the same time I was walking to Guatemala and back, 3-4 days a week. This was during COVID. Well, yeah, COVID was still a thing, because I found out afterwards I was breaking the law. Shh, I won't tell anyone if you don't. When I was walking there, at the roundabouts that I was walking past, they were stopping people and turning them back and telling them, no, you're not allowed. I didn't know. I wondered what the police were doing at the roundabout, because I'm just a guy walking his dog. This was back when Tina could walk, and boy could she walk, and boy could she fucking run. But I walked through 3. They split the country into these health zones, and you weren't allowed out of your health zone. And I think I walked through 3. I think I started in 1, walked through 3 into a fucking 4th. Oops. I only found out about that much later. They weren't stopping people walking their dogs. So I didn't know. I mean, how would I know? It's not like I'm sat there listening to Spanish news every day. Anyway, yeah, fasting. 4 days. And afterwards, so when I was I said I was having soup, but I wasn't having much. And it was mainly like a drink. But when I ended the fast, boy, did I sit on that toilet. Everything went straight through. First meal and half an hour later and I'm on the bloody loo. And it was very liquidy. Sorry, too much info again. Farmer says Doc. I don't know why. Farmer says hello to Marie. Have you thought of building a brick barbecue, or would the local residents police object to that? I used to have a gas fucking barbecue. The police stole it. Long story. There are multiple videos on the subject, but the police were under the impression that this field was public land and that they could tell me what I could and couldn't do here. And I think they were getting complaints from someone. As I was getting more and more equipment, so I had 2 recliners, like sunbeds. I had a green garden furniture table, and I had 4 chairs that were part of a set, really good, really solid plastic and really solid steel legs. They were really, really good chairs. I had 4 of those, and I had a couple of other chairs as well. I had the gas barbecue and 2 gas bottles. I had all my pans, ladles, spatulas, the fish slice, whatever you want to call it. I had all of that outside because I didn't have the room inside for all of that. And they came along and took it one day. And it turns out the field's private, not public, and they had no authority to enter the field, never mind take my things out of it. I still say I'm going to do something about that one day. I think once they discovered that the land was private, that's roughly speaking, they carried on hassling me for maybe another month afterwards. That's roughly the time that they started leaving me alone, on the whole. I had 3 visits since, 4 if you include the time that they brought the doggy wheelchair, which I'm sad to say we're never going to get the usage out of it that I would have expected at the time we got it. We'll come back to that later, folks. I don't want to drag the mood down now, too early in the stream. I will bore you with that later. I will just, if you don't mind, I will just redo my introductions. We've got like 14 people here watching, according to the stats I'm seeing. But you wouldn't believe it, in the first hour I get about 80 visitors. So people dropping in and dipping in to see what's what, having a quick look, maybe not understanding what they're looking at or why or who or how, despite the fact I advertise it as kind of come and talk to a tramp. So the channel is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me. Not my real name, nobody's called Delta. But it's my initials, DM. And NATO phonetic alphabet, radio communications and all that. Delta Mike. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Someone who's homeless. Like down and out in Beverly Hills, Nick Nolte and all that. Or down and out in London and Paris, if I've got that the right way around. From Matey Boy, Eric Blair, 1984, whatever his fucking pen name was. You know the one. Anyway, down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Why do I always struggle now with this? Someone who lives rough, perhaps on the streets. Or, as in my case, in a field. And for a while, it was literally in fields. But nowadays, we got a tent. I think this is tent number 3. I did build a shelter out of 6 broom handles and a tarpaulin back in the day, and I lived in that for 4 months. But then someone got me a second-hand tent, and then because of me being online and doing the YouTube thing and the donations, there's a donation link. If anybody wants to help out, I just got to get the grift in. I get called a grifter, so I might as well do the grift. There is a donation, there is a PayPal link. I started getting a bit of money, and then we started buying tents. Sometimes with the help of donation. I had some quite large donations from you guys. I got the money together once to get a tent, and then my friend Karen wanted to buy me the tent, and I wouldn't let her. But she wouldn't shut up about it, and she's quite forceful. She's quite a formidable person. But I agreed to split the difference with her, But what that meant was that after I bought the tent, after we bought the tent, technically after she bought the tent, I still had some money left over. And this is where we got like the EcoFlow and the solar panels. And I had a previous, a cooler box rather than a fridge freezer, an electric cooler box. Disappointing. But now I've got the fridge freezer. And I say fridge freezer, but it's a camp, you know, it's a camping cell or car. They tend to call it a car fridge freezer. But yeah. Anyway, I was doing my intro. That was the channel, Delta Mike Down and Out, in Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain. I am a Brit, trapped abroad by circumstance. My bank in the UK decided I'm not me, and unless I walk into my branch in the UK, passport in hand, they won't release my funds to me. And the Spanish police here have been a little bit funny about letting me out of the country. And or were, I mean, I've got no clue, but I went to the airport and they brought me back because there was a warrant. I'd missed a court date that had never been given, so there was no punishment or anything for that. But I'm not going to risk that. What do? Throw everything in the bin, get rid of everything, go to the airport and have them turn me back, and then what? Build again from scratch? That's not going to work. Also, dog. €500 to get a dog back to Britain. Where was I? Did I finish the intro? Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja. The channel is... What is the channel? No, that was the channel. The program is TrampCast Hangout. I used to do a program called TrampCast where I detailed 7 days in the life of. But now we do this more. We're more on this. There's not much. I don't go anywhere. I don't do anything. I don't get out of this field. That's a lie. Well, it's a misspeak. I get to cross the road, go past the garage to the Chino Bazaar. And once every 2 or 3 months, I get to run away from the dog for half an hour and go to the supermarket and back. But I don't like to leave her. She doesn't like to be left. She's disabled. She barks once a second, every second that I'm not with her. So I don't want to distress my doggy. So we try and work around these different constraints, folks. It used to be we could go out. We could go to the park. I did videos from in the park. We'd go on walks into town and to the other side of town. We'd go to Torre del Morro, the Morse Tower on the top of this big hill here. We'd go up and over the hill and down and into the Mata. My dog can't do it. When she got her doggy wheelchair, we started going out again. That's about a year ago now, maybe a little bit more than a year. We started going out. And that's when I got my legs. I got some blisters, and then I was out in the field in sandals, and all the flies were on the blisters. And I picked up a few of the scratches and things, as you do when you live in a field and you have to walk through trees and bushes and things. And because the flies were all around, they were all over the scratches as well. And everything got infected. I had about, I don't know, about 11 explosive pus-filled infected scratches and scrapes and blisters on each leg. And I've still got the marks. I could show you them, but I don't like to. But there's big black marks, there's big black marks from a year ago. Oh, hello. That's one of my, no. Oh, I ruined it. It's one of my favourite cuddles. She put her chin on my leg. I'm laying on my side, so I've got one leg on the other. She just propped her chin up. And I went to stroke her and she moved away. She's tucked in now behind my knees, aren't you? Or going to, tuck in behind my knees. Where was I, folks? I was just doing my intro again. Building a brick barbecue. No, I used to do open air. I used to do fires. Contained. I made out of a big can with the top cut out, bottom cut out, sorry. Obviously the top was cut out, but I had this, and I found a small cooking rack, and then I found some metal mesh, which I wrapped around the rack, and then I put the metal tin on the rack, and I'd put my paper in the bottom, and I used to spend all day chopping wood. I'd fetch pallets and any other planks or any other wood that I could find, and I'd spend half the day chopping it and then half the night burning it. And this was just to boil water. The only water I had access to gave me bad guts every time I touched it. Me and the dog. It even gave the dog bad guts. So we had to boil all of our water. So I'd spend half the day chopping wood and the other half boiling water to purify it. God, those days. So a friend gave me a Mora knife and a big lump of rebar, and I was processing wood with a knife and rebar, and they left the country, and the knife snapped. About months later, it snapped, and when they came back, he gave me a bag full of Mora knives, like about 5 or 6. But I was processing pallets. The lump of rebar smashed the pallets apart, and then the knife and the rebar to chop them down, which is okay on the planks, but the big beams, I was doing that. I was smashing gate posts. If you've ever taken a gate post apart, if you know anything about gate posts, they're an interconnected mesh of different lumps of wood, plus the knots and whatever else that you get in the wood. But I had the police around multiple times. We had a drought for 3 years. I don't know. I don't know when it started. I don't know when it ended. I don't know whether there are. I never know. How would I know if there were any orders that are forbidding fires? But I got this one. I put a bad piece of wood in one time, and I was cooking food during the day, and the big plume of fucking smoke. It was like a signal fire. It's only smoke, a bad piece of wood goes in, smoulders, smoke's everywhere, and then what happens is the fire can't get oxygen because of smoke. And this was under a pan as well, don't forget. And the smoke's coming out and billowing, but it's around the fire and stifling it and making it worse. And I think someone on the bus called in that there was a fire in the field or whatever. I had the cop round, muy peligroso, and I'm like, no, it's peligroso. And I showed him. It's on a stand, on a mesh. There's airflow, supposedly. It's contained in a chimenea, in a small chimney. And then I had some bricks at the side so that I could rest the pan, half an inch or an inch above the chimney, above the flames. Safe as houses. There was no sparks flying everywhere or anything. And even in a drought, it was safe. There was no dry grass. I was in a barren area around me, a meter on each side. There was no grass to catch fire or anything. Safe as houses. And I had bottles of water, like big bottles, 6 litre or whatever, 8 litre probably. Multiple of those to hand in case something daft happened. So I thought about rather than a brick barbecue or a brick fireplace, I thought about hold on. Oh, come on, I know this. I did a poem on the topic. Rocket stove. Way back, I got desperate. I started writing poetry. Don't ask. It's a little bit gay, but a rocket stove would have been a good idea if I could get like 32 or 36 bricks. And I did start collecting bricks once upon a time. Problem is, Spanish bricks aren't like British house bricks. Spanish bricks are very different. They're all hollow and a bit weird. I say all, most. So finding finding kind of 32 or 36 like British style house bricks was off the wasn't. See, I've got 3 dead trees here where I could be taking limbs off, and I don't think anyone would ever complain if someone taking. It's standing dead. It's gradually going over. When I stand amongst them now, when I'm not squatting amongst them, when I stand amongst them, I'm taller than the trees. These trees used to be taller than the power poles, and now the wood's all still there, but it's come over and come over and come over. I'm taller than the trees now. I'd show you one day if it wasn't my unmentionables area, but you know. So yeah, I thought about fires and barbecues and things, but police would object, especially in the hot weather, especially in summer. Hot, 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 and no bikini bathers, says Jasper. This is true. David, hello, my friend. How are you and Tina? Well, you know, I think we're both in a bit of a downward spiral at the minute. Tina's is kind of going to be permanent, unfortunately, but I'm in a bit of a depression. It has to be said. You know, I'm all right in and of myself, I guess, but I have been a little bit. It's just everyone leaving. Everyone's left. And this whole, so like, I don't know how much to say about other people's business. One friend's been out here for basically 3 months, bar a week in the middle. Which means they've got 1 month left, 1 week left that they can use over the next 3 months before the original 30 days starts falling off at the other end of the, what is it? 90 days out of 180, isn't it, that you're allowed for the Brits. Other friends have left just because it's summer, it gets too hot, they can't stand it, so some people have gone back to Ireland. I was saying earlier, the only person I've got over here at the minute is my friend Ismo, and he's kind of disappeared on me a little bit. I think it's just a miscommunication. I think it's my fault because my phone was on Do Not Disturb mode, as it is now. Farmer says he won't commandeer the stream. He usually doesn't until he's the only person talking. Other people drop out and it goes quiet, so someone has to fill up the gap. George, evening mate, I'll be back on the 28th of June. If you need anything, I'll bring for you when I pop in and see you soon. Cheers, George. I don't know if you're still here. I know I'm behind already with the that was at 20 past, and it's now 53, so that's half an hour ago. I'm half an hour behind. George, if you are still here, send me an email, mate. Delta Mike Torrevieja at gmail.com. Just how it's spelled here, all one word. The case doesn't matter. Uppercase, lowercase, that doesn't matter. Marie's talking with Farmer. These quarries not dangerous. They're lignite quarries. They made them safe. Are the ones where I was. I don't know different lignite. Isn't that coal? No, that's not a quarry. That's a colliery. If I've got that right, lignite's coal. Yeah. Let me have a drink. I haven't had coffee yet. I should take it steady with the beer. I haven't got that much. Why is this slimy? Have I had a slug crawl across my bedside table? The condensation from the beer is landing on there, and then it's getting slimy. But I can't think what to drop. And I thought I saw a streak of silver earlier. Not a good. At least it's not the mice. Still only had the one rat this year. No, well, in 18 months or so. one rat in the tent, and we killed. I got the mouse. I got the mouse traps in the March last year, maybe. We've killed 15 or 16 in that time, I think. Inside the tent. You don't hear the mice, you don't know they're there. Which is a problem, because my tent's split now in so many places. For many, many months, excuse me, trapped wind. For many, many months I had like an 18-inch, 50 centimetre tear up the tent alongside the door, to the like a couple of inches to the side of the door. And for many, many months, I put some duct tape across the top of it so it wouldn't run further. I had many attempts at trying to seal that up, but we've had some really, really strong winds. It kept bursting open. But at some point recently, that piece of tape gave way, and it's run, and it's now much higher than it's way over a metre tall now, the rip. We're still getting hammered by really, really strong winds. I can't believe how many times we've had really strong winds the winter and spring. I guess now we're about to touch on the beginning of summer, aren't we? Technically the 21st or 23rd, depending on your country's rules on these things. But yeah, of course. Okay, that was. There's Farmer talking with Marie, giving links for what it's worth. Oh, that was. I thought I'd already read. Good evening to you and Tina. I must have. The chat must have jumped. I fasted 2 times this week. I only ate a few sweets. You fast every day. That's why that first meal in the morning is called breakfast. Unless you're eating in your sleep. At least you're not picking up fag butts. No, I've never smoked a cigarette in my life. But I've known people who do smoke and who have been homeless and who do pick them up. They get a surprise sometimes. Sometimes there's something a bit wacky in that they're backy when they pick them up. But yeah, when they're hanging around in these places that people stand, so bus stops and certain other places where people, outside certain bars and cafes and things where people just cast their fag ends away, collect what, 10 or 20, chop the ends off. I mean, it's not for me, but I'm not going to criticize. I mean, addiction, what can you say? Oh, fag butts, yeah, to people not from Britain, that might, yeah, cigarette ends. Why the Americans like making farting? I've got no idea. I didn't know they did. Margarine, okay, margarine, not aluminium. What? I'm waiting for the jelly. I've got no idea where you're going with that. You're making puns on different spellings of margarine, a bit like aluminum and aluminium. I'm guessing that's where you're going, but I've got no idea. Margarine. I'm not going to yell. Cigarette dock ends. Your father used to pick them up. I have no idea. Oh, and it's jumped. Hold on, I'm now at the bottom. I'm seeing Gary arriving. Gary in South Africa. I'm sure that's a really, really bad impression. I'm scrolling back because it's jumped about half an hour on me, and as soon as I'm getting a crick in my neck already. We're exactly 1 hour in. now since I started. Okay, I'm back here. It says that these posts were made at 22:32, so yeah, I'm still half an hour behind. Sorry, folks. Let me catch up. I understand Jasper people that, yeah, taking the ends to make new ones. 1990s, no money, corrupt landlord, rigged key meter so we pay for white goods. What? I lived on refreshers with sherbet shoes. Oh, refreshers, I remember those. Yeah. Now, to some people in other countries, sherbet doesn't mean what it means here. I think in some countries, sherbet is more like what we were talking about earlier. Those, like, not slush puppies, but the posh slush puppies. The drink that's part ice, part whatever, juice, water, whatever. Sorbet. Oh, is it, or is it sorbet that means something different in America? Oh, I can't remember whether it's sherbet or sorbet. One of those means something different. Coming in for some awesome music selection, says Farmer. Smithy says, evening Mike, T and everyone else. Hello Smithy, sorry mate, I should have acknowledged you before now. I am a good while behind. Karen Formidable, aka will smack you down. She tells me off when the camp gets too untidy. Well, it's always too untidy for Karen. And everything has to be now. Jasper says Exodus for some reason, I have no idea. Corrupt fuck, I'm gonna have to... Sorry, Tina Bill. Sorry, Tina. I'm gonna have to shuffle over closer to the phone, which means moving this blanket, which is the underpinning of the pillows. Then I'm going to move the two pillows. Jesus, the job escalates, doesn't it? Oh, let me look. I also have to keep an eye on the power level for the phone. 68. We're all right for now. Someone reminded me in about half an hour. Scrolling back to where we were. Music selections. Welcome, Smithy. Okay, that's where we were. Spanish Exodus. This corrupt landlord in 1990s must have had 10 houses. He get cheap labour because he con tenants by paying his white goods from key meter. Oh, I had a friend in 1990. He had the 50p slot in the back of the television. I'd never seen anything like it. I'd never experienced that in my life. So like the electric meter and gas meter were coin operated. Was it coins? I don't even think it was coins. It wasn't as easy as that. It was tokens. You had to go to a shop to buy the tokens to put in the bloody meters. But the TV was a literal 50p piece that you had to put in. Put it in, turn a knob, and then you got, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours of TV watching maybe. It had a shilling coin electric meter, so cheap electric. Shilling won't go very far, I wouldn't have thought. Oh shit, it belonged to a predator. Yeah, it sounds like it, my friend. Corrupt landlord was I was in the police, then bought many houses to then con tenants. Glad I don't live in them houses, yeah. And here's Gary arriving. Hello. And then we go with the turmeric thing. Okay, folks, I am caught up. Just over an hour in, and we're all caught up. Where are you, darling? Which way round? Is this your head? Okay, you're this way round. I thought you were going the other way. You alright? You asleep? Well, she's breathing. I have to check nowadays. I'm getting concerned for her. The last 2 weeks, I think it's been, the front legs have really deteriorated. When I'm walking her now, so you know I carry the back end, and I'm now winding the lead tight around my arm so that when she stumbles, she doesn't just head into the ground. and they're kind of semi-supporting the front end. We carry on like this, I'll just be, I'll have two belts or something, and I'll just be carrying her around. I haven't got the strength for it. The backache's getting worse. Oh, the other day, okay, so Karen brought me 3 bags of food, some of which needed freezing, some of which could do with refrigerating, and I already had a full fridge, but I knew some of it was either gone bad or was on the verge of going bad. So I had a clear out of the fridge freezer, and I had to pick everything out and then stand over it, and there's a bunch of crud in the bottom, so you got to get a rag and mop up some detritus, and then have a proper wipe and a clean. Oh my, I was in absolute agony just from bending over with a cloth in my hand to wipe crap out of the bottom of the freezer. But I really do have to clear out the fridge and get rid of a lot of that butter. I don't know what to do. What do you do? Let's say that you've got 4 sticks of butter. Now, I might have said, like, bake or make something. I haven't got any flour. I've been saying for about 3 weeks that I really need to go to the supermarket. I think we're at that point where I really need to go to the supermarket and just buy a few things. Because having 6 or 7 bags of, no offence to anybody, but random food, the remnants from people's cupboards, doesn't always add up to, you know, to a meal or a, you know, not always, things don't always go together. So I end up with, I mean, I've got whole trays of mustard and mayonnaise and stuff. Pharma will be, what, 8 or 9 hours behind you, Jasper. So what does that make it? 2 in the afternoon, maybe? Depending on how far across he is. So yeah, folks, I'm getting concerned about Tina. I don't think that there's, I mean, you know, if I could go to the vets and pay for the tests and the scans and the x-rays and the whatevers, but if you've been here a while and you've followed the progression, the deterioration, her back legs were getting a bit wonky, then her back legs were gone. Well, it didn't go that quick. The back legs were getting a bit wonky. Then I noticed that she kind of became ticklish everywhere. If you touched her, like, neck, that thing where the back leg does that, and you find that real tickle spot underneath, that was everywhere. Everywhere was a tickle spot. And then it wasn't. Then we got the chariot, the wheelchair, and it was good for a while. Although we got big hills on 2 sides, which were limiting. Hills on 2 sides and the sea on the other. So we only had one direction we could go. No, I mean, to begin with, you could get up the hill. Well, one of the hills. With a little bit of help from her friends. It's Fama on lunch break. It's light out. Summer gets dark later. It's not very late for you, is it? Here it goes dark about somewhere between 9:15 and 9:30 at the minute. And it annoys the hell out of me because I'm unable to get my nap before coming live with this. I get contractually obligated 15-minute breaks. I don't know, folks. Did I I mentioned before that I was two-fisted drinking, two-handed drinking. I mentioned I had a third, but did I say what it was? Yeah, I've got cold water. I've got water going cold in the fridge, well, in the freezer, and I've got some cordial. What? That's not it. What in England we call squash, and it is apple and blackcurrant. I've had it a little while. I hope it's still all right. But a little bit of that, like a quarter of a glass of that, and then fill the rest up with water and have a nice fruity drink. And if it's cold enough, I don't have an ice cube tray or anything. I never make ice per se, well, except when it freezes in a bottle. Yeah, you're that little bit, but depending where you are, you're maybe that little bit further north than England. I said it surprised me recently when I discovered that the whole of England, so Cornwall, Devon, all of that at the bottom, Plymouth and all of that, are further north than any part of the contiguous United States. I don't know where Alaska is on the line, but Alaska is obviously further north. But yeah. First day of summer, June 21st, is the longest day. It is. Which tells you that through summer, nights get shorter. Which always surprises people. I mean, the nights are longer, but they don't get longer. They're long, but getting shorter. It's always been one puzzle. I like to throw it out every now and again, and you know, when you're talking with people like in a bar or something, quiz questions. Like if you're stood in a bar while the pub quiz is on, and you throw out your own little question to someone next to you who thinks that they're a smart ass. Okay, folks, what are we going to talk about now? That's what she said. Sorry, you couldn't resist getting shorter. Yeah, okay. You have a dirty mind. Hey, babe. Hey, you want to talk to the peoples? There's some peoples here now that weren't here earlier. Let's see whether we can... Are you in a better mood? Let's see whether we can talk to the peoples. Tina, go. Come on. Earn your keep. Hey. How are we going to get a grift on if you don't talk to the peoples? Huh? Come on, babe. You okay? You notice that she's... Oh, look at that. The paper's wet. Shush, don't tell anybody. I'm running low on the puppy pads. I'm having to supplement with newspaper. Hold on. Our friend Jasper's talking. That's another one of your videos I saw, Jasper, where you bought a DVD collection. Was it 6 films? Fabrizio says, hello, beautiful Tina. I think she's going back to sleep. She didn't really raise her head that much. So Klaus Kinski, the Black Killer, he was a lawyer with books with guns inside. Oh yeah, that was a trope in the kind of what 70s. I guess it would still work. They always looked far too, when you see them, they always look far too neat and tidy. Like, how would you ever cut through so many pages with such a neat edge? I got no idea. I got no idea how that would be done. I imagine someone like with a metal ruler and a craft knife, Stanley knife, box cutter, whatever you want to call them, and you're just not. As you get deeper and deeper in, it's just not going to be a straight edge. No, it's soaked up. It looks like it's been there a while, and she's moved off of it, so that will dry. That will dry in time. Probably already is drying. Me and her are just not on the same wavelength at the minute. I'll take her for a walk. She does nothing. So we had this 4-hour schedule going. I was literally taking her out 6 times a day. So 8 o'clock at night, midnight, 4 in the morning, 8 in the morning. And it was working well. And she's just way off schedule at the minute. I take her for a walk. She does nothing. When that happens, I've always tended to put her on the floor just inside the door. Sometimes I think that having the belt around her waist is a bit of a restriction on the stomach. So sometimes after we finish walking, excuse me, she comes back and there's a poo. And if it's just inside the door and it's a plastic tent floor, just scoop it up, take it away, a bit of a clean up. Now she's coming back doing nothing. I give her half an hour down there. We get up and on the bed, and then an hour later, something at one end or the other, and it's, you know, I don't know whether we're just on a different wavelength, if I'm feeding her and giving her water at the wrong time, or if it's just her lack of control, the growing lack of control. I don't know. I don't know what it is. Maybe we'll get back in sync. Maybe I have to start taking her out every 2 hours. It's quite a burden. She's heavy. It's difficult just getting her off the bed. I have to turn her around, get her head over there and down there. I have to get the belt under her waist. I have to get the belt wrapped twice around my arm. Get the lead out and up and out of the door. Yeah, no, it's, and then when the front legs go, depending on which one goes, whichever way that she falls, and it's quite jarring on the back. A blue moon would have been about a week ago, wouldn't it? Just over 10 days ago. It can only ever be in the last 3 days of the month. 4 days, maybe. No. If there was a full moon on the 1st, the earliest the blue moon can be is the 29th. So it's the second full moon within the same month. So if you get a full moon on the 1st, 2nd or 3rd of the month, and you add 28 to that, to whatever the date of the first one is. A blue ball moon, yeah, I know, you just... Oh! You okay, darling? So Charles Southward Western, can I have water? Can I have water, Flask Bandits? So Charles South, we need punctuation, Jasper. Hold on, mate. So Charles Southward Western, can I have water, Flask? Bandits give it to him with mirror and gun inside. Okay. Why would they do that? Yeah, blue moon isn't blue. It's a normal full moon. It's if ever you get a second full moon in a month. Hi all. Hey Josie. Hi you all. I hear you talking about Tina. It's not only a burden to you, I think. Say it again if you need help. No, I'm talking mainly about the physical, the carrying her, mainly. I mean, getting out to the shops and things is an issue, but I can go to the shop. I just don't like to I don't like to leave her. If I left her for half an hour, I'm taking a risk as to what she does. She can still wriggle around a little bit and she can get into trouble and do things that I don't want her to do. But no, when I'm talking about a bird, I'm talking mainly about the physical manoeuvring her, picking her off the bed, getting her out the door, taking her for a walk, carrying the back end, and now the front end's starting to lurch around, fall to the left. If she falls to the left, I might stand on her legs. When she falls to the right, she wrenches my back, and I'm holding that same weight, but twice as far away from my body. And it's... when you tell someone, like, so she weighs 35 kilograms, or did, last time I had her weighed. So if I'm carrying half of that, let's say 17, 18 kilograms, it doesn't sound like a lot. But it's off to the side, and then whichever way she maneuvers, it's even further to one side, or it's right under me and I'm tripping up. It's all quite jarring on the back. So yeah, it's a thing. I got the blue ball. I got the blue balls. Yeah, I got you. Do you know, until recently, that wasn't even an expression in Britain. I'd say the last 5 to 10 years, maybe. Sometimes he's too serious, I am. I could be the dog star. I'm so serious. Boom, boom. Astronomy joke. The bandits were going to eliminate Gringo. He asked for his water. Oh, he asked them to pass his water flask. Oh, I got you. Okay. I got you, Jasper. I got you. Just joking, trying to keep it light. That's a really difficult thing with him. Easy for us, we live in a house. I'm generally quite jovial and generally quite light. I have been a little bit down this week. So I normally keep notes each day of what happens. I got almost all... I retrofitted... I had notes for Monday and a little bit on Tuesday and then nothing all week. And so I think yesterday, or was it today, I sat down and retrofitted a few notes of what happened, but basically nothing happens. My friend Colleen came around and brought me a newspaper. First time I'd seen her in 3 weeks. I was getting quite worried. Colleen had been a little bit absent. She'd been ill, apparently. If I didn't see her this week, I was going to reach out to a mutual friend to check she was okay. But she came and brought... And then Karen came. Karen was leaving the country. She came and dropped off some food. And some water, loads and loads of water, and a pair of trainers. And apart from that, nothing's happened. It's the same old, same old. Now the weather's been really stable, hot and sunny almost all day, every day. The occasional wind kind of outbreak, the occasional, and my tarpaulins now both. That one, the far one, fell apart about 3 weeks ago. This one's now falling apart, and because the tent is porous, because the tent leaks, if we got rain now, I'd have to get my waterproof blanket above us and sit here with the rain dripping in. So that's something to look forward to. Fortunately, most days are just sun, which has its own downside because it's bloody hot. It's hot out there, but it's even hotter in here. I mean, I'm living in a polytunnel. Yeah. Complaining. You seem to like your visitors. Could you get like a carriage like Baby for Tina and walk up to the road to mingle with the populace? Theoretically. I mean, she'd make a mess of it. I'd have to line it with either puppy pads or paper. But Theoretically, but I'd feel a prick. But yeah, we could. What would we look like though? Imagine I pull up with something looking like a pushchair. Let me think of another word. Let me translate pushchair. Stroller. And we go maybe 500 meters that way down to the calf, and people think, oh, he's got a baby or something in there. And then I got to pick up the 35-kilogram Tina and put her on the floor and wrap a belt under her. You should see when we do go to the Chino Bazaar. So I said, I think Thursday I went and bought the weekend beer, and so I've got Tina wrapped around my wrist, and we get up to. It's a normal walk to the top of the road, but then cross the road and go to the Chino Bazaar. We walk up a big ramp and turn a corner, and I park her down, and then I take the belt off and put it around my neck, tie her up, and she's laying on the floor. And it's obvious to people that she can't move, she can't wriggle much, she can't do much. And then I come out, and I have to. There's like the three-handed job. I've got to put the belt back under her waist and get that ready. I have to undo her lead that has her tied to the railings. Okay, get that ready. Then I have to throw the bag up and on my shoulder, and then with a wriggling Tina, wind the strap around my wrist and judge whereabouts to start. There's a problem, trying to judge where to start wrapping. If I start too high up on the belt, I'll have it wrapped around my wrist, but her feet will be dragging on the floor all the way home. So I have to get that just right, or else. And then I pick her up, and people are watching me carrying the back end. Have you ever seen someone carrying the back end of their dog and walking it along? It looks quite strange to people. I said a few weeks ago when I bought the new gas bottle, it's probably a month or more ago now, isn't it? Everything seems like yesterday. But I went up to the petrol station, up to Repsol, to buy a propane tank. Well, to swap my propane tank, swap an empty for a full. And there was about 15 policemen stood at the garage having just a random conflab, just wasting your taxpayer money, but just standing there doing nothing but having a good chinwag. And I stroll up, dog in one arm, you know, and a trolley with a gas bottle in the other arm. And the looks they were giving, and they're all looking and saying, what you can literally hear them saying kind of, what the hell, or what the, you know. It must be quite the sight, because everyone stops and looks. You sound like a Dutch guy complaining. Well, my life's pretty worthy of complaining about. The British like to complain a lot as well. We're quite famous for that. Let me have a swig of coffee for the first time tonight. You okay, babe? You woken up? Hello. Now that would have been a lovely look if you could have done that on camera. All these nice people. Auntie Josie's there. Auntie Josie's talking. Yeah, Auntie Josie. Yeah, she's talking on the telephone. Oh look. See, if I wasn't online now talking to the peoples, I would sit and stroke from your nose between your eyes and up like that. I would sit and do that for an hour for you. Cut your eyebrows. Up, and to the left. Up and to the right. Up and through the middle. I'd do that for an hour to put in my Tina. Yeah, I would. But I am talking to the peoples until I can. I'm sorry, babe. We've got to talk to the peoples. Yeah, I know. Yeah. I think she's about to go back to sleep. She does love having from there up to there, or from there around the eyebrows. She loves that. There you go, pet. You go, secrets. Daddy's here. Nothing can hurt you while your daddy's here. There you go. Sorry, folks, where were we? He does like to moan, I think Josie was saying. If I was talking about what, go to Tweeties or just on a nice bench area. Oh, well, the other thing is the benches tend to be on rough terrain. So whatever this rambler or stroller or pushchair was, it would need to have big wheels. It'd have to have big wheels just so we could get out of the fucking field. Or up the track. Yeah. Complaining about the complaining. There's a Dutch guy who bought a boat and got ripped off. He has a channel. I'm sure there's lots of people who buy things and get ripped off. It's like second-hand cars and things, isn't it? Let's have a look. Josie, is it accurate about the amount of bikes in Amsterdam? Bikes and canals. And they have their own bicycle lanes and bicycle paths and what do you call them? Traffic lights that prioritize the bike lanes and things. Easier to go on bike in Amsterdam than by car. And they're the good bikes as well, though, yeah? The ones where you sit quite upright. We call them sit up and beg. Rather than like the racing bikes and the mountain bikes. Just a nice, leisurely... And if the gentleman drops off the seat, he doesn't hit anything. There's no bar from the seat to the handlebars that catches a gentleman a cropper. From what I've seen, I watch. This is going to sound really naff, like town planning, and yeah. Talk amongst yourselves. It's okay. Ignore me. I don't matter. Okay, folks, we're an hour and a half in, aren't we? A little over. Cheers. I should have done the cheers with the beers, but I'm on coffee at the minute. I got a second coffee for after this one. And then, oh, do you know what I need to do? I need to check that I don't leave the freezer running too high too long. That's almost a Chinese name, isn't it? Too high too long. Chinese, Hong Kong, Singapore, Korea, Thailand, I don't know. I'm just being racist, ignore me. You usually do. You're quite forgiving of me and my racism. Let's have a look. It's currently running at -13. I think we can turn... Not only can we turn that off, for night time we don't need it that high. -2 will be fine from now on, down to there. And check on the power level of the EcoFlow 3. It says 57%. Maybe. It's okay, darling. It's okay. It's just a car. Tina's okay. I'm gonna, well, because nobody reminded me, I'm gonna plug the phone in, even though I don't think it needs plugging in yet, but I don't want to leave it. Was it The other week we got down to like 5% and it cut off. It ended the stream kind of thing. Oof. There's this debate channel. He's always spouting hate about Trump. And he's complaining about being cut off from YouTube. But still spouting hate. It would be nice if he was positive. Mr. Trump is very divisive, isn't he? I'm split on him myself. I love him and hate him. Yeah, I can go both ways with Trump. That sounds wrong. Farmer, don't start. Yeah, I think we all said hello to Gary further up, and then Gary went quiet. Did you step away or something, Gary, or have you just been lurking in the background? Cheaper parking in the centre of Amsterdam is about 8 to 9 euros an hour. Eh? That's a cheap parking, 8 to 9 euros an hour. Wow. I guess that's to dissuade you from going there in a car, from taking a car there. Whatever happened to self-driving cars? By now, we were all supposed to not need our own car. There would be fleets of self-driving cars. You would get in, it would take you there, you would get out, and then the car can just go off and get the next. You would need no parking in the centre of town. It was all supposed to be automated, cheap taxis, or not even taxis. You could have like a what would like a residencia, it would be called in Spain. In Britain, you might call it an estate or a street. Like the street could own 1 or 2 cars, and those cars would just be constantly take one person, bring someone else back, take another. Elon, over-promising and under-delivering, as an Elon does. I don't know. These African Americans. There you go. He is the lightest skinned African American, isn't he? Now I'm getting really racist. Shut up. I almost said my real name there. Josie says hello to Gary. I bought a car last year. Jumped. How far has it jumped? Can't be far. I bought a car last year, paid for it, took papers but didn't check. Fixed it up, took it to register, and damn thing was stolen. Oh shit. So what happens there? Car goes back to original owner and you just lose everything. Farmer's humour is sharp. Is that about Farmer, or is that to Farmer about perhaps me? I don't know. Do we have a new Delta Mike subscriber? I don't know, do we? If you mean Gary, Gary's been around a while. But no, I have no idea who subscribes and who doesn't. You'll often find on a channel, like only about 1/5 of the people who watch a video are subscribed. And it's probably the same with live streams from what I can tell. We have a Dutch joke. How long is a Chinese? Oh, here we go. Farmer. Do I have to read it all again? Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and subscribe. Did I do that all in one breath? I might have. And it jumped. Self-driving cars is a dream from stupid people. They're going to be stolen by our nice people. Okay, I mean, one day they won't have a steering wheel or pedals. One day you won't be allowed to drive. It's going to happen. Self-driving cars is going to happen. I just think it's a lot further away than, well, according to Mr. Musk, it happened already 5 years ago. I mean, what can you do? Over 10 years ago, when I was still in Britain, I told people that within 10 years we'd have self-driving. And, you know, like full self-driving. You got this now where they claim that you can, like, you get to the car park and press a button and it'll pull out of this space and drive around, say, to the door of the supermarket and come and get you. It's a bit gimmicky. But the idea that you could drive from kind of New York to San Francisco or whatever, that it would drive from New York to San Francisco, that's forever away. I think within the next 10 years, you'll have lorries, trucks, if you must, driving from the outskirts of one city to the outskirts of another on the motorways stroke highways. But then a proper real driver will get in to take it. So it'll be like ships, where the pilot gets aboard to take you into port and he knows that particular port. But the motorway driving, the highway driving, can probably be more automated. Maybe you give them their own lane. Maybe it's trucks only in the left-hand lane. That's a UK phrase. Right-hand lane, I guess, for everybody else. Almost everybody else. Which side of the road do you drive on, Gary? South Africa. Are you on the left? Like Australia, New Zealand, and maybe 2 other countries in the world. You've got a farty ass tonight, haven't you? I hope it's only farty. Hey babe, that's a really nice cuddle I'm getting. I've been getting the really nice cuddles tonight. What did I do to deserve this? I'm just really tired. All day long, so I've had the fan, obviously the bedroom door's open through the day, it's closed now. Well, it's as closed as it gets. It is starting to rip. So my top, you know, I've got 2 mattresses, one on top of another. The bottom one is sliding off again, and he's on the skirts, the bottom end of the wall or the door of the bedroom. So it's all stretching and pulling down. The tent's doing that whole sagging thing where the roof comes down, but the walls go wider, and the door is putting. This zip's incredible. I'm amazed. The zip's only closed what? Well, it's less than halfway of what it could do. It's approximately halfway of what it needs. It fixes on 3 sides. It comes along the top, down the left, and along the bottom. But it's along the top and a little bit shy of halfway down the side. But it's really been pulled apart, and the bed isn't helping because it's pulling on the bottom fabric of that wall. But I had it open today. Had the fan on most of the day. Now, a little bit of a late start with the fan today. It was a little bit cloudy this morning, so it wasn't too hot too early. But that Tina goes down the bottom of the bed and just faces the fan, and it also, she likes to look out of the door. I guess. See, I've got this for entertainment. I've got the phone. I've got YouTube. I can put a film on and download a TV program. Although I never seem to finish watching anything, like a whole series. But Tina can look out the door and bark at people as they walk past, or bark at other dogs, or bark at the cars. I guess that's entertainment for her. It's not the greatest. As we get more into proper summer, I will put her. I said in the past, I've got a table out there that folds, but at the minute it's just chock full of. If I say crap, that sounds wrong. It's my tea and coffee and whatever making station. There's a couple of pans and things that have been washed. There's Tupperwares and things that are there. I've got a lot of Tupperware out there that's clean on the inside but dirty as fuck on the outside, because when it does rain, it splashes up mud and what have you. So they all need washing again on the outside at least. But I haven't got anywhere to store them in here. I haven't got room. I need to bring some of those in. I need to clear that table off, and I'll take a table and a chair out this side, and in an afternoon we can sit out here, and as people walk past, she'll get a bit more fresh air. She'll get outside and be a little bit closer to the action of people walking past, maybe. Her life at the minute's quite boring. She's just sat in a tent with me, getting too hot, and me getting grumpy sometimes because somehow I've gone from being the most chill guy I ever knew to not being. Hey babe, daddy can be a grumpy daddy. I guess that's life. They're going to be stolen by our now. Yeah, the imported people. Dutch YouTuber has boat in Amsterdam, but boat moved a bit nearby. He wants to sell boat. He wants to sell boat travel, keep channel. You walked onto that Trump reference, Mike. You know. I get every now and again. I get someone arrive in chat that thinks it's a Trump channel, Trump and Tramp. Some people can't read. You know. Joachim, okay, me, okay. You didn't finish the joke, Josie. Yeah, what was the Dutch joke thing? How long's a Chinese? Those cars self-driving are in the USA. They have them in a limited capacity. I think San Francisco? Which one's the nearest to the Bay Area? Yeah, San Francisco, Bay Area. That's Silicon Valley and all that, isn't it? That's San Francisco rather than Los Angeles. Waymo, I'm going to say is the name of the company. And they have a different coloured license plate. What happens if you get in one and you say, take me from San Francisco to Los Angeles? Take on a bit of road it doesn't know. They've probably like really intensively mapped that one specific place. Maybe not even mapped. Maybe they've laid guide wires or something in the road. I mean, there's probably limitations and fixed routes and things it wants to go. And every now and again, somebody probably gets run over. It didn't recognize a person crossing the road with a bike, walking their bike across the road or something. There'll be those kind of things going on. The next thing they're talking about is, you know a drone, a body and 4 propellers at angles hanging off the sides. They're making bigger ones that can sit 2 to 4 people or whatever. They're talking about self-driving drones to fly you, from this building to that building, or from this field to the top of that building. Wait till they start dropping out of the sky. It's going to be fun. The next 10 years is going to be fun. Jasper is recommending a YouTube channel, Ron and the Rude Boys. Channel, very rude and funny. Okay. We shall check that out. I'll make a note of it tomorrow if I get to watch this all back. Depends how long we go. I am really struggling to watch all of my past streams back again. Like after doing a 6-hour stream, finding time in the next 2 or 3 days to watch a 6-hour stream before it's time for me to do the next stream. It's getting difficult, folks. The guy sleeping in his Tesla while driving down the highway. How idiotic can you be? Isn't the car supposed to wake you up? Like if you haven't got both hands on the wheel and if you're not actively, like if you're not sat right and actively monitoring. I heard a story the other day about a short woman got in, I think it was her own car. But so she's fairly short and she slumped, no, it might have been a higher car actually, and she slumped a little bit. So she sat up, started driving, all's going well. And then like the petrol, the gas kind of cuts out. The car starts doing that, jerking about. And she's wondering what's going on. And then there's a sign lights up on the dashboard saying, get your head higher, or something to that effect, like sit up. She wasn't asleep or anything, she just slouched a little bit in the chair. She wasn't quite meeting this thing's like tracking her eyes and her face. And if you're not sat high enough, it just cuts off the gas. Imagine if it did that somewhere critical. Something's happened and you're trying to race across a racetrack before the train hits you and the gas starts cutting out. Oh man, I've seen 3 police videos lately where the police, after chasing someone, the police park on the train line. And in one of them, they arrested a woman, put her in the car, handcuffed her, put her in the police car, still on the train line, and then they went off to talk with their colleagues. Didn't end well. She survived. Something like 14 or 15 million dollars in damages, because she's going to need looking after for the rest of her life, which might not be very long. But I still, after that, other cops are still doing it, parking on a level crossing, on a railroad crossing. It's the craziest shit ever. Where was I? Yeah, sleeping in your Teslas. For now, that's highly illegal. One day that'll be allowed. Like I said, one day there won't be a steering wheel and pedals. So it'll be a while off. You know, for now you're supposed to be in control at all times. So if the car does something weird, you're supposed to be able to react. In time, you won't have to, but you'll have the option of. And later down the line, the insurance companies will say humans crash way more often than the robots, and so they won't allow you to. The robots, the cars have got to improve a lot before then. But I don't think that Mr. Musk is going to be the man to do the job. Keeps over-promising and under-delivering on these things. Jasper says, tell me another one just like the other song. And Farmer obliges. I did, really, really good. The answer is in there. I'm not sure. How long is a Chinese? Chinese, how long? Maybe doesn't translate. I'm not sure. Jasper doesn't like Kiss. Are they the guys with the white faces and the black stars painted around their eyes and stuff? Kind of glam heavy metal. Is it How Long Your Knees? Okay, How Long? Okay. The name of the Chinese is How Long. This goes back to my own racist jokes earlier, didn't it? What did I say? I can't remember. I don't even remember. I'll have to watch it. I'll surprise myself when I watch it back to see what I... It's like the prank caller. There'd been a plane crash. And a guy called the news studio to say that he knew the names of the pilots. And he was like, way too low, and ooh, fuck or something. I don't know. But and they ran with it. They put the captions on the screen. Wait ooh low was the name of one of the pilots. It's like, fuck. Yeah. Jokes are dumb if you have to explain them. Yeah, but well, either the joke's dumb or the person that you've told it to is. Maybe we just, maybe I'm just too slow. Too slow. I'm not sure how long a Chinaman is, to be honest. They're usually quite short. Much well. It's changing now. It's a lot like Japan, isn't it? For a long time, they were low on protein in diet. Spain, fucking hell. You will still see old couples walking around Spain where they're both significantly under 5 foot. So if you think back, like, I don't know, 75 or 80 years ago, Spain was very much well, it's seafood, which is lower protein. What's it got? About a third to a half the protein of the same weight of meat. Now, as a delicacy, the Spanish like their jamon serrano and stuff, but it's really expensive and you eat tiny amounts of it. And it's, like I said, it's expensive. It's a delicacy. Your average peasant farm, before 1970s, tourism wasn't really a thing. It wasn't a massive thing. So people lived the kind of the agrarian life. Everyone worked on the farms or their own little small, what's the word I'm looking for? Holdings. Small farms, whatever you want to call them. Small holdings. There's the word. Fuck, sometimes it does not work. Yeah, everyone lived on their own little family farm, their own little small holding. Growing olives or oranges or lemons or whatever, trading with each other, maybe catching some rabbits or shooting pigeons. Star disconnected, and I think we're back. I just saying, so they would do their work and trade their olives and lemons and oranges and all of that. Seafood was a thing. That they loved their octopus and stuff. But when it came to protein, it would be pigs, but that tends to go for the more expensive cuts. Beyond that, it would have been, I was saying it was rabbits and whatever, but also pigeons and starlings, even little starlings, little birds. There's a thing, isn't there, in rural, I think this might be France, is it? Eating robins? I think it's robins. It's a small bird anyway, and you can't really understand why they're doing it, but yeah. So the Spanish were a small race, a small nation. That they were, not high, not tall. Same with Japan, and I guess China. So yeah, how long is a Chinaman? I think they're still, on average, they're still shorter than us, but the younger ones tend to be taller, and that's a trend across all of these nations. Singapore, Thailand, Japan, China, whatever else you want to name over in that direction. Except, where is it that they tested some atom bombs? And what was I watching the other day? I don't know where I saw this. The good old Americans tested some atom bombs around some islands, and basically all the fish and is radioactive. So this nation that ate an awful lot of fish couldn't eat fish. So now Americans are selling them beef burgers, hamburgers, and but But because they're eating meat, they're getting taller. But along with more protein, here's one, along with more protein comes cancer. Cancer's like that cowboy builder that if it can find that spare pile of bricks, those spare building materials, if there's any extra left over, the cancer will nick it and knock up its own little construction. And that's why cancer rates went high in America first, and then Britain, and now the rest of Europe. And as protein levels rise, so do cancer levels. There might be other causal factors that trigger things in the first place, but having those spare building materials laying around the body, think of cancer as the cowboy builder. If it sees your pallet of bricks lying around doing nothing, it'll take it. So if there's spare protein to be had, it'll take it. It's a useful analogy. Like all analogies, it will have limitations. Okay, folks, nobody told me. We've just passed the 2 hours mark. Farmer says, yeah, I got it after I posted that. After I posted that you didn't finish it. You're right, if you have to explain it. Hard as in tough. Oh, what was that? That's Farmer going off in his own. Danny Duncan, is this a YouTube channel? Keeps swerving into those Waymo cars and they just automatically stop. It's funny. Well, that's good at least. Oh, is this I don't know where we're going. Is this I've got to read this before I say it. I don't want to get myself in trouble. I don't get that one, Jasper. I can't read that. I can't read out a joke that I don't understand. Although I did earlier. Whoa, it's jumped. Oh no. We're almost. Oh no. I thought we were. Oh, it jumped again. Hold on. I think they changed it after that video came out. Fly right. You guys, some of your I don't know whether it's the typing or if my head just isn't engaged right. Jokey's lady must guess what model, car, colour, year inserted in personal area. She guessed right when they used spark plug. Then she says, "Ooh, champion." She even when I've had it explained, I still don't get it. Looking for a second-hand military tent for a friend in a field. Hey, let me know if you find one. They're big, they're heavy, and they require quite a bit of maintenance if they're the canvas ones. You've got to keep, if anything touches them while they're wet, you have to re-seal them or whatever it's called, re-waterproof them. And they also tend to be of a design that like the big top, center pole and everything out and not split into separate rooms and things. Oh, and also the walls come down to the floor and stop. They're not fixed to the floor, and I've got rats and mice that could just walk under a wall, so that's always been a factor for me. Ever since my first tent, which was second-hand, they did just walk under the walls and come in anywhere. So since then I've had fixed floors. Tent comes down and is joined to the floor. There's no separate ground sheet. It's built in. And likewise the bedroom. See, I don't get half of what Farmer posts because the links I can't follow. I am getting really, because the chat's been jumping, I a tent without sticks that you can spread over this one. This tent's dead. I mean, this tent's not got much left in it. As long as it doesn't rain too often over summer, I'll put up with it. But as soon as we hit September, I'll be putting up. I've already got our tent for the. I've already got the next tent. Hopefully, I haven't tested it. A friend bought it and tested it, so it should be good. But it is second hand. It's very, very cheap, which makes me trying to look back as to whether I've paid her for it. But I have settled that. Yeah, the next one's in the spare bedroom waiting. Like I said, it's second hand, so it probably won't last as long as this. I need tarpaulins to go over them. That's the next biggie, preferably green. That's my next big requirement. These ones that I had here, these were ground sheets, and they were a grey green. It was a subdued green, but at least it wasn't off bright blue. Yeah. It's been sat through there quite a while, actually. I will have mentioned it when we first got it, but that will be... I'm not sure. It's probably been quite a while. The place that they got it from, it's the local, what in English we would call the tip. The landfill, the dump, the whatever word you want to use. They retrieve such things and test them, give them a basic test, and sell them on second hand as a resell, not upscale. What's the word? Upcycle. So it's, instead of recycling, you reuse. I think it cost £75, which this one was, get this, we got this for, I think about 250, maybe 275, should have been 500, 550, something like that, 550, 570, should have been, but it was the one that had been up in the shop. It was like the display model. And then when Karen went to get it, it was even cheaper because the shop was closing down. But then the bag it's in is huge, and they had to bring it out as their kind of carry-on luggage, not carry-on. The checked-in luggage. Normally they don't bring. They just, because they've got a place out here, everything's here already. Normally they just fly through the airport. That's not right, is it? You don't fly through an airport. You either fly from or fly to. But no, they're normally straight through the airport because they don't have any checked luggage. But this time they did. And it's big and it's heavy. It's really bulky. Really quite heavy. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes. I think again it's slightly smaller than this one. So the tent before this was, I'm going to say 8 meters by 3.5 meters, something like that. This one is 7 by 3, and I've really noticed that difference. Particularly the 3 meters instead of 3.5, because not only is it narrower, the tent itself, but it has a bigger gap between the bedroom and the outer wall. So you don't just, it's not just the footprint of the tent that's smaller, but the usable space inside, because of the bigger, what I would call the gutter, the bigger gap between the inner wall and the outer wall. And this next one sounds like it's going to be even smaller. I might not be able to have my chest of drawers in the bedroom, folks. The fuck? Bedroom at both ends, yeah, yeah. Hold on. You're 2 tents, 2 tents, 2 tents. I get you. Vis-a-vis tent, but yeah, bedroom at both ends. So I use this one, which is at the north end, and at the south end, that's my storage space. That would be too hot for me with the sun directly on that end almost all day. But tarpaulins to cover it. What would be even better than just tarpaulins would be some big sticks that I could put in the ground and then suspend the tarpaulin over the tent, like above the tent, rather than laying it on the tent. But getting stuff into the ground here is not that easy. Probably need 6 to 8 poles if I was to try and do that. You know, and just keep a really taut roof, a really tight roof over the top, but above. Then I'd probably need an extra one for the far end on this, like I said, on the southern end, from the roof to the ground. I'm talking about ideals, you know. But a kit to suspend a tarp tight above a tent. But then it's going to be permanently, it has to withstand the winds and things that we've been getting lately. Like even this week, we've had some pretty severe winds for an hour or two at a time. It's probably as the tide's turning, I haven't checked, but I would imagine that's what it would be. Because through the day, here's the other thing, when it's a hot day and there's a good breeze, you know, not strong winds, but a good breeze, that helps with keeping the tent cool. The cross breeze from one door to the other, and then the fan catching some of that air and blowing it this way. But what we've had this week is where the majority of the day is really still, so it's hot, no breeze. All the fan's doing is blowing hot air on us. It's like a fan-assisted oven. It's trying to cook us. Yeah, no, it's interesting. But putting up a tent seems like art, and then it's a link to something. Is that a song? Or use old tent and new tent to make stronger. How would that work? Put your tent up in the moonlight, and then it's another link. I guess it's another song. It's all in the angles. I've got no idea what you lot are talking about. That's probably a reference to some of the lyrics in a song that I can't play. Oh, I challenged that one farmer where you got me in trouble with that copyright thing a month ago. I challenged it. Because basically, if you get that copyright notice where they want to claim your money or whatever, now I don't get any money from any of this, but they copyright challenged me anyway, and I get to say no, fuck off. And if they want to take further action, it has to be court papers or else. And I filled it in saying no, fuck off. It was like 5 seconds accidentally in the middle of a 5-hour stream, or 6 hours, whatever that one was. I said no fucking way. It's a kind of accidental. That's covered by fair use. Fuck you, kind of. I didn't swear in it. But at the bottom where it asks your full legal name, I just wrote no. And they've got 30 days to initiate court proceedings, or YouTube just slap them back, and the copyright thing disappears. They didn't take any further action, so it disappears. But not that it matters. It's not. I'm not monetized anyway. I can't be monetized. I was for 1 month. I had 30 days to supply the proper paperwork. I earned about €1.50 in that month. And because I couldn't supply a Spanish tax number and all of that, it went away. I was no longer monetized. It was less than, well, you see, people take these general rules. It's not like I've seen channels that deliberately use up to 5 seconds and think that that's automatically okay, but it's kind of not. At different countries, possibly different rules apply, but each case has to be handled individually. There's no fixed rules for these things, but it's generally taken that, like if you're walking down the street and you walk past a bar and they're playing music, and you couldn't help but capture 5 or 10 seconds of that music, it's generally agreed that there's case law that kind of says that's permissible. It's accidental, it's just overheard in the background. Incidental is the word rather than accidental. But it wasn't you had no control over it. But these guys still, and YouTube's, whatever their auto identification thing's called, still picks it up and flags it. It's pathetic, really, that you have to fill in the forms and say, no, fuck off. It was 5 seconds, 10 seconds out of a 5-hour stream. You're not getting my fucking money for that. Even though, as I said, I'm not getting any money for it. This is why, guys, this is why I do these 3, 4, 5-hour streams, and you're not suffering adverts through them, I hope. Nobody's complained to me about adverts during my streams. I watch, like Nick Roccator will do a 5 or 6 hour stream, and fuck, there are adverts while he's talking. The advert comes up, he's talking away, and he gets silenced, and the advert plays under him, sometimes to the side of him, sometimes he disappears entirely and it's another advert, and I lose like 30 seconds of whatever he's talking about. I have to rewind 30 seconds, tell it to play at 1.5 speed, and give it 5 or 10 minutes to catch up with itself. Fucking annoying. And it'll do that 3 or 4 times an hour. That's annoying. No, it's not that I'm not monetized because of the copyright. No, not at all. I'm not monetized because you have to give them tax details. And I don't have any tax details to give them. My channel is based in Spain and I don't have Spanish tax details. If I was to provide UK tax details, I'll have to jump through all sorts of hoops about where my channel's based, and then the UK government would be all over me for where have you been for the last 10 years? That's a whole other can of worms. Can of worms. First World War sex aid. Allegedly. It is debated, but pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chomp, chop, not chomp, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and subscribe. And Josie says, lick! Yuck! She's not licking the subscribe button. Don't kick it either, really. I mean, your phone or whatever would be in danger. And then he plays Queen. We are 2 hours and nearly 20 minutes in, and I have just finished my first can of beer. Give me a second, folks. Like I said, one of the tripods is already empty. I will bring out one of the ones from the back. Put this empty. We've got 2 empties at the back, 1 full one to the front. So I don't have enough beer to have a full tripod and start the show with a can of beer. So I had to compromise. Whoa! Hold on. Is that you? Or did I catch? That's you. Hold on. Scrolling just to look at something. Power is on 77. Okay. Eco flows all plugged properly. Do you see how low the light went when it wasn't getting power from the cable? Did I? I haven't caught the. I haven't set it to max brightness by accident. I have. Oh, I must have caught. There we go. That's the middle setting. That's the medium. Oh, I didn't open my can of beer. How rude of me. We've got a Frank in the house. It's Mr. Nadobity. Sorry I missed your call the other night, mate. I was fast asleep when you rang. I didn't know about it. I didn't even notice the WhatsApp message until 2 days later. Or a day and a half. Cheers, Frank. Cheers, everybody. That's not as cold as they were when they came out of the freezer. That final one, if I'm still broadcasting, oh, look at this. Yeah, Karen didn't get to do my hair and beard. I'll have to have a go myself. Certainly at the beard. I probably won't bother with the hair. I'll have to have. I am. If you look how long the moustache is, I don't know if you can see it. It's a lot. It's a lot longer than it should be. So I'm drinking directly into my mouth from the can, and yet I'm still ending up with a wet chin. Can you see here? It's orange. I had spag bol. Karen brought me some frozen spaghetti bolognese. Yes, it's only yesterday. Bloody hell. On the way to the airport, she brought me 3 bags of food. It included some boiled eggs, already boiled, and basically, as far as I can tell, there's a pan full of spag bol. I've had half of it. I kept it frozen, then I part defrosted it this morning, and had half once it fully defrosted and warmed up, and the other half is now thawed but chilled. So that'll be tomorrow. Should have had it yesterday, really, but things happen. Josie and Farmer Fabrizio are arguing about whether to lick the like button or not. Was all right, mate. I was drunk. Oh, that's okay. Last Sunday, if you watched last Sunday's stream, I was a little bit. I didn't know that I was. It's only when I watch it back that I'm watching the eyes and the slurring. I don't think I was too bad. Oh, until the end when I did the old a bit too much information thing. The TMI. That was I hope that was towards the end. Did I finish watching it all back? I watched it back the next day, and now I don't really remember it that well. Not because of that, just all the days merging together. Don't sound like I was drunk on Sunday and all day Monday. I can't see out of my glasses. Hold on. Wait a minute now. I reach into my pocket and get the... I've managed to keep hold of the... what do you call these things? Something fibre. The glasses... Microfiber, yeah? Oh, good God, I can't read. In fact, it's dropped off. Chat dropped. No, no idea. Probably if I give myself 5 minutes for the eyes to adjust, I could probably begin to attempt reading something. I can see that there are 14 people watching and there are 16, I think that says, thumbs ups. If you haven't hit the like button yet, folks, you might like to consider it. I always like to try and hit 20 as a minimum kind of... We don't often make it nowadays. It's pronounced Notabuddy, isn't that? That's what he puts. That's on. Yeah, not Kick, the other one. Begins with a T. I can't remember. What's the other streaming platform? Twitch. I get there in the end, folks. I'm a bit slow. Admittedly, I am a bit slow, but I do get there in the end. We'll have a catch-up call sometime soon, Frank. Maybe not today, because it'll probably be 2 or 3 in the morning my time when we finish here. But if another day, we can do it a little bit earlier than that. Frank misses the 25 to 27 Celsius that we had. Why? What is it now? Brisk 19 here now. Oh, I do. We had a. What was it? It'll be a few weeks ago now. We had one where it was like 17 or 18 through the day. Like it must be a few weeks ago, and I was cold. You tell someone in Britain that, oh yeah, when it gets below 20, I start shivering. Back home, it rarely gets above 20. Or well, didn't used to get above 20. We could have that discussion another time. It's 15C this morning. 16 was always my when you're coming out of winter and into spring, and you're getting up to go to work in the morning. 16 was always my point at thinking not too bad. T-shirt and a jumper was enough. You didn't need a jacket. As long as it wasn't going to rain on you in the meantime. 16 was my cut-off point for yeah, it's quite nice, especially 16 first thing in the morning and the sun's on you. Maybe in the shade it might be feel a little cooler. Hold on. I gotta go back to whatever Josie said last. All right, okay. I think Farmar is conceding the lick, but saying do all the rest on the like button. Boop it with boop. Oh, booping the like button. That's a saying by that guy that tells everyone how to do YouTube channels. He used to be part of like a network, and then there was a big falling out, and he made his own boop the like button. He started saying it, and I think everyone else who does YouTube channels, because if you do a YouTube channel, you watch channels about how to do YouTube channels. For a while, the biggest YouTube channels were always the ones about how to do YouTube. It's like in the early days of the web, the biggest channels were the ones about how to build a website. It's a lot like how in the gold rush, the stores that did the most business were the ones selling the shovels, picks, and those pans, whatever they're called, when you pan for gold. The people selling the equipment, those were the stores that made all the money. You don't bother being the idiot that's trying to find the gold. You be the one that's trying to service the ones looking for the gold. The builder websites were the biggest, and the biggest channels were the how to have a channels. Boop the like button. I find it a bit uncomfortable once it gets above 27. The worst ones for me are when it's 33 degrees at 3 o'clock in the morning still. Those are tough. In a tent where it's actually even warmer. And obviously, so far no aircon, although I am looking at that. I am looking at Temu for swamp coolers type. I mean, some of them label it with that way, but some of them just call themselves like portable AC or whatever. But I'm looking. I haven't got enough. Oh, I can't say that because then it looks like I'm on the grift. Do you know my last Temu order? Half of it's still in the bag. How long ago was that? 2 months? 3 months? Literally, half of it's still in the bag. I've used... Did I take a second pair of socks out? I don't think I did. So I bought 5 pairs of socks. I've used 1. I bought 2 of these. I've used 1. I got a veg peeler. There was a few different types of veg peeler. I got one big, you know the ones that are like a razor, like a safety razor, but for veg. Those scraper type ones. I bought a big one for doing cabbage. I got a cabbage over there. I didn't use it. That cabbage is probably gone off now. A few days ago it was borderline. Now it's probably more than borderline. Oh, there we go. Here's a topic. Let's talk themes of the week. Can I remember them? I got my, like I said earlier, kind of my depression. Everyone's leaving. Or left already. That always puts me on a downer. I'm talking about this time of year as if it's like a... Is this my 3rd or 4th summer? I think this will be my 4th summer. Will be. I think I've had 4 Christmases over. Oh God. Really? I think so. Yeah, I've been in this field 3.5 years, so I must have, and I arrived in the October, so I must have had 4 Christmases. Can I remember them? Can I separate them out in my mind? I remember the first one. Obviously, I remember the one we just had. Can I untangle the middle 2? Not really. Not really. That's frightening. They're just merging together, folks. Would you believe that? You're living in a fucking field, you've had 4 Christmases, you remember the first one, you remember the one we just had. I mean, the one we just had was notable because it got rained off. I couldn't go outside and cook my Christmas dinner. But then my friend Anthony turned up with a plate and a Christmas dinner. That was fantastic. What a guy. What an absolute fucking legend. Christmas dinner all plated up. He delivered it like 10:30 in the morning, I think. 10:30, maybe 11. A little bit early. But I'm not complaining. Sorry, I don't want to sound like I'm complaining, Anthony, if you're out there. Really grateful. Really, really great. And this is why now I do the ungrateful. This is why I do my happy Unchristmas or merry Unchristmas on the 25th of months, where I remember, or where I'm able, where the weather's right. There was I think, have I done 3? There was one where it was raining and I couldn't do it, and there was one where I forgot, but I didn't realise it had been and gone. It was like the 28th of the month before I realised. Oops. I think I only remember doing 2. Another one's disappeared, or I've done it and I don't remember. Anyway, this is why I do the Merry Unchristmas, because I didn't get to do the proper Christmas. I was going to do the Christmas tree on the 25th of May. I forgot. I sat out there and I cooked my sausage casserole thing. And I came in here and I ate a big sausage casserole thing. No, I sat out there and ate this big oval plate that I've got. It's like 2 plates in one. If you put 2 plates side by side and then just draw like an oval around the whole thing, that's how big this plate is. It's more of a platter than a plate. That's how much sausage casserole I ate that day. And I came in here with the belly so stuffed and so full, I kind of nodded off and I forgot all about, I was going to put the Christmas tree on the table outside. I thought that would have been kind of fun. definitely going to do it this year. So the 25th will be just after the beginning of summer. It'll be just after midsummer. Those things are just 3 days apart, 2 days apart, whatever. Big deal for the Scandies, the Norwegians, Norwegian, Swedish, and I think the Finnish as well. But they don't do it on the 21st. So that whole Midsummer Night's Dream thing, that whole Midsummer, I think 23rd maybe, 24th possibly. We had this conversation. I looked it up and I can't remember the result. Hey Tina, you're kicking your daddy. Why? Here's the thing now, folks. When your dog's asleep and they're running, they sleep. And all their legs go. Their back legs don't. She's pummeling me with her front legs. Now remember, she's kind of tucked in right behind me. I think it's last night. She was pummeling my ball sack like it was a fucking, like it was that speed punch ball bag thing. I didn't mean to say ball bag then, sorry. Speed ball, speed bag, whatever it's called. The one where you just get your momentum going. It's just about, it's not, I mean, there is technique, but if you get your momentum right, the ball falls into sync with you. But she was pummeling the back of me, and she just kept catching right through my legs, and right. I had to wake her up in the end, unfortunately. But no, when she's running and asleep now, the back legs aren't moving. They're gone. I don't know what that means. If I had a few grand in the bank, I'd go to the vets. We'd do the MRI scans and the whatever else it takes. Funnily enough, Santander, if you're watching, I do have a few grand in the fucking bank. When I come after you, it's going to form part of the claim. What are your losses? What did you miss out on by being mistreated by your bank? Well, my dog died untreated. A guy with 50 euros in PayPal can't easily think about going to a vet. Yeah. I wish I could do better by her. Also, my vet's not a particularly nice lady. I imagine when I finally go with Tina for, I imagine there'll have to be I'm not just going to walk in and have her put down. They'll insist on some kind of assessment first and then charge me a fortune for it. But then they're going to tell me off, why didn't you bring her sooner? Why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Well, it's because you're money-grabbing bastards and you're not a very nice person. She has absolutely no connection with the animals. She's a cold fish. It's just about the money. People think, oh, wonderful people want to look after animals. The ones I've met, and it's only I don't think that they're any different from any others. I've only met 3 or 4 vets because this is my first dog. We got ripped off in one for the flea collars. We got charged, me and the guy that I shared an apartment with. So mine was classed as a big dog. His was classed as a small dog. And Seresto, I think they're called. They're the only dog collars with a proper real chemical active ingredient. They're not just giving off lavender and citronella or whatever. They they infuse something into the bloody dog's bloodstream that makes the mosquitoes and ticks and things not want to touch it. This is my understanding. I don't know how correct this is, but this is my understanding. I think it's something like Serestro. For one for a big dog, one for a small dog. This Scandinavian vet in town charges €80. I'm going back 6-7 years. Back when €80 was a lot of money. A year later, I went to a different vet, and Tina's dog, the flea collar, was something like 24, €25, and the small one for my friend's dog, I don't remember, let's say 17, 18. Just over 40 for the two a year later. €80 1 year, 40, 42, whatever, the year after in a different place. So the other place was just a money-grabbing bunch of crooks. Vets. You ever see the price of dog food in a vet's? Buy it in the supermarket. The fuck? €14 sack, like an 18 or 20. They used to be 22 kilograms, and you'd get them. They used to be $9.50 in the supermarket. And I've had people gift me and bring me like a 4-kilogram bag that cost twice as much as my 20-kilogram bag, because they bought it at the vets. It might have been a slightly better mix of whatever, a little bit more beef or whatever in the what's the word I'm looking for? Croquetas, the little biscuity chunk things, croquetas. Anyway, I'm rambling. Now watch Mark Damon Western, not confused with Matt Damon. Okay. Jasper likes his he likes his westerns, in particular his Italo westerns. Big BMI. I mean TMI. I've got the big BMI as well. Before I was homeless, my BMI was over 30, which put me officially in the obese category, which I could never see. I mean, I had a little bit of a belly. I can't do it right now. Oh, I have a video about Tramp aging badly or something like that. It's a short. So there's it goes through a slideshow of 4 pictures from the before times, before I was homeless. Then it shows 4 pictures from the first year that I was homeless. And not only can you see like the aging, so I went from clean shaven with dark hair to a big fuck off white beard. And if you see my first videos, I don't know how many have ever watched my first video. I keep telling people to. It is quite fun. But I've got this big fuck with a square end, so the beard comes down and kind of ends like that. So you got that. But I'd also lost all of that weight. When I say I went from 100 kilograms down to 67, so it's quite skinny. It's like if you watch my OnlyFans video, not OnlyFans. It's like, this is the only fun I need. I had this big mirror outside in the field, and I was just stood there in a pair of shorts, I think, and so I was quite trim for a fat old guy stood in a field. So those 2 videos, you can compare and contrast the before times and the after times. And yeah, Tramp aging quite rapidly. It's like whenever I get a haircut and a severe beard trim, and everyone says it's knocked 20 years off you. The police came and arrested me one time, right? And didn't believe I was me. They had this picture from my very first arrest here. We won't go into the details right now, but I was clean shaven with a short haircut, and you know, a little bit stocky, a little bit And then they had that, and then they were looking at me with the beard, and I had, I don't know, 18 months worth of hair, and I'd lost all this weight, and they were like, no, it's not him. No, no, you know. No, I say hello, whatever. However, I couldn't actually hear, but I could see the conversation. And in the end, he comes over and he says, "You," showing the younger, the showing the before picture while looking at the after. And I said, "Por supuesto, sí, of course it's me." That was interesting. Where were we? I don't know. My Twitch handle. Is this how far back I am? Nedderbuddy. What's okay? People asking Jasper. Josie went at 27 minutes past. 20 minutes ago. Sorry if I've missed you, Josie. Maybe you're still hanging in the background and listening. Still got 3 months to go, and then the pension. Yeah, you got work tomorrow. Catch you later, my friend, and stay in touch. Good night, Josie. Haven't had that yet, but it's coming. I've lost context. Boop. Christmas is all around. Is this while I was talking about my Merry Christmas? Okay. Festivus for the rest of us. Newton Mass, there's another one. Yule. God Yule. Lots of variations. It was a festival hijacked by Christian. It was already pre-existing. I mean, it's a deep midwinter festival, isn't it? In the same way that you've got midsummer, you had midwinter, and everybody had something. And when the Christians were trying to decide when to decide Jesus was born, they just hijacked. It's a Roman tradition to incorporate other gods of other cultures whenever they took something over. Let's not get into a deep religious discussion. What have you eaten for dinner today? I had spaghetti bolognese, as I was mentioning a little earlier. My friend Karen, who left the country yesterday, she dropped off 3 bags of food, which included some things which needed to go in the freezer. For some reason, I think there's like 2 bags of frozen peas and a bag of mixed veg. Those are frozen in the bottom. I had to clean the freezer out, and I had to throw some things away to make room. But oh, guys, you're going to drop some food off with a tramp in a field. 6 ice cream lollipops, like covered in chocolate. Bit like, was it Magnums back in the day, but with nuts or something in the outer shell. But because Tramp has freezer, I've got 1 left. Had 2 straight away, obviously. Just in case they all went, like if something went wrong with the freezer, I didn't, because I had to empty it out. We lost a lot of the cold. The freezer got warm while I was lifting everything out and wiping. There was a load of water in the bottom of there, and I haven't had anything leak. But what is, when the air has moisture in and then it cools down, obviously the moisture either forms ice on the outside of things, or the moisture is just drawn out of the air and sits in the bottom of the condensers in the bottom of the freezer. I think there'd been a little leak of margarine or butter or something. There was some greasy horribleness in the bottom. I maybe should have cleaned it out before now. How long have I had it? 8 months, maybe 9. Bad Delta Mike. For a lot of time, so there's a basket inside, a single basket in the freezer section. But for a lot, it was frozen in. It was stuck in. I couldn't lift it out. That's my excuse. I'm sticking to it. So yeah, yesterday I had the lid open and I spent half an hour bent over the damn thing, just putting a cloth in the bottom to soak up what, and then wringing it out into a kind of an upright pan. I don't know how to describe it. And then again and again. My back was so dead. But anyway, going back to the, so I've got this frozen veg in there. I've got these ice, they're not ice lollies, but they're ice cream lollies, I guess. And then I've got this spag bol. I'm sure there are other things. There are other things in the freezer part. Some fajitas, tortilla wraps, whatever you want to call them. Was there some, like, wasn't boiled ham? I think there's some serrano or something. I've still got 2.5 bags, and I've had a look through them all, but I need to have a proper sort through. There's going to be stuff that's, what's the word I'm looking for? Fresh, volatile. There's going to be stuff that's going to need eating in the next 3 or 4 days. There's going to be other things that are either jars or tins or tubs or whatever, that can be just put to one side. And then there are things like this, dry goods, biscuits, crackers, or whatever. I think that they're kind of a small salt cracker, a small saladitas. Well, the sal's going to mean salt. I've got no idea about the adita. I mean, the A will mean feminine and the S will mean plural. Saladitas. Somebody could look up an exact meaning. It might just be a brand name for all I know, but that's going to mean salt cracker. So there's stuff like that's not going to go off. So I've got to separate them out into stuff that's shelf stable because it's jars or tins. There's going to be things that are dry goods, biscuits, crackers, similar. There's a big fuck off packet of peanuts. I've got no idea what I'm going to do with those. I'll add it to all the other packs of peanuts. No teeth, remember? I did buy a rolling pin, but when it arrived from Temu, it was so lightweight. I mean, it'll roll pastry, but I'm going to have to put the pack of peanuts, I'm going to have to make an air gap, squash it kind of flat, and then take a stone or a brick, put it on one brick and get another brick and crush it. Crushed nuts, sir? No, I always walk like this. No, this is not an ice cream van joke. Well, okay, I just made it into one. Yeah, then I could do something with them. I could either include them in some other meal, or just eat the tiny broken up bits. My understanding is you can cook peanuts, like put them in certain stews or curries. Now, I've no idea how long they take to go soft. I watched a good old boy in the US, in the South. Now, he's boiling them in their shells when he gets them. I don't really fully understand how or why. You still have to shell them. You can't eat, even if you boil them, you can't eat the shell. So he still has to. So I don't get it, but he's one of, deep south. A little bit. Let's just say a good old boy. And if you know the reference, yeah, I'll say no more because I said the wrong thing. So yeah, that's what I've eaten today. Tomorrow I've got another little bit of bolognese to eat tomorrow. After that, I've got some meats to get through, and I don't know whether I can salvage any of my cabbage and cauliflower. I've got minced. I'm not sure if it's minced beef or minced pork. I didn't look that closely. There's two separate. I think it's two separate 500-gram containers, however you want to word that. So I've got to do something with those, but My obvious choice would have been a bolognese. But if I've just eaten bolognese for 2 days, after that I've got some sausages that need using. And I do have some hot dog buns. They've been sat there, I kid you not, they must be 4 weeks old. They're not refrigerated, they're fine. They're just sat there staring at me. I've got some even older ones in the fridge. Fuck. How long do these things last and how? I've still got the sweet corn to use. I got halfway through the lettuce before that went bad on me. I got halfway through the pepper before that went bad on me. I've got to sort that. I've got to look through all the bags. I had 7 bags of food plus the fridge freezer. I got through 2 of the bags of food, and then Karen drops off 3. I'm piling bags up. It's not just stepping stones to get around the tent now. I'm not just stepping over one bag. I'm having a fucking super stretch to get over them. I got bag on top of bag. I gotta sort through them. Pull out, like I was saying, pull out tins, jars, things that will keep, dry goods that will store forever. I don't know if there's like there's probably like a bag of porridge or a box of porridge or something in there. I've got some cereals. What's the word? Muesli. I've got a box of muesli there that I'm halfway through. I've got some proper milk now as well. I've been using the powder for a while, but I've got proper milk. I've got to get through that before that goes. I don't know whether it's a full bottle, half bottle. I'm not sure. I was saying earlier, while sorting through things I didn't get to, I've got half a shopping bag of things that I'm having to throw away. I just didn't get to them in time. The way that these things flow in is really stochastic. It's not a steady flow. Over the year, you can kind of assess, oh, I'll get roughly this much. It sounds a bit mercenary, but I don't mean it like that. But as a kind of former statistician, so you know you're going to get so much, but you don't know when. And when 3 different people arrive within 4 days, bringing 2 or 3 bags each, it all arrives at once. Not complaining. But I got through 2 bags, and then 3 bags arrive. 2 steps forward, 3 steps backwards. Not complaining, folks. Don't take me wrong. Disappointed in myself for not getting through everything quicker. I mean, you've only got so long with fresh stuff. And in a hot tent, when your fridge freezer's full, I tried running a separate cool box, and I would have 3 bottles of water chilling in the freezer, and then I would move those to the cool box and bring 3 out of the cool box into the freezer and swapping them. But even that, when it's 35 degrees inside the tent, I was fighting a losing battle with that one. I tried. Some stuff will have survived, but like I said, I got halfway through the lettuce. I got halfway through the pepper. The carrots, I used half. I haven't. They were black. They were starting to go black on the outside. It was the 25th, wasn't it, when I did the young Christmas? So what's that? About 10 days ago, a little bit more. 2 weeks ago, is it? Nearly. It is. Oh God. I haven't looked at them since. So I've got this weird thing where I've got these 2 boxes. One's full of kitchen equipment, and behind it is the actual food. I kind of got the boxes the wrong way around, I think. I need to pick that box of food up and bring it in front of the kitchen equipment. if I could have some kind of stacking system for the boxes, not just putting one on top of the other, but if you put one box on top of another, you never go in the bottom box again. That's just, maybe that's just me. I'm not sure. But where are we here? Sorry, reaching over the camera. Let me stop rambling, start scrolling. Seinfeld was such a funny show. Never, I've seen clips, but never watched an episode. Oh, as soon as I take my hand off for more than half a second, at least I get the half second. I get to put my hand back on. No, then I didn't. Had me cracking up my thing. Blue letter. And it's jumping down. Oh, Frank, mate, just give me a second. I mean, what do you say? Commiserations. If I'd known in advance, mate, I'd have called you. I'd have called you earlier. Is it a year already? Wow. Tempus fugit, my friend. Tempus fugit. Time flies. Been a mess the past couple of weeks. Remember the memories of what I was going through then and where I am now. Yeah. I remember we were in Scruff Stream and you said she was in intensive care. And then you were arranging for her to go into a hospice, and then it seemed like no time and she was gone. I'll be right back with you, mate. I do just need to scroll back a little bit just to catch. I want to catch up with myself and then work forward, if you don't mind. I keep ending up back down below. I think the next post was something about I knew a vet or an ex-vet. Well, I've lost. It won't let me get back. Yeah, like I think it's Farmer saying, remember the good times, the happy memories. Concentrate on those. There we go. I knew of a former vet who lost his license to practice for excessive prescribing of horse tranquilizers. Oh, ketamine. Was he oversubscribing it for horses, or was he selling it on the black market? Vets are hard to come by, and the best ones often require a referral to get your pet into. I know that in America you've got a big problem with local vets being bought up by big chains, by I don't know what you'd call them, but by big corporations. And then when there's no competition left, prices go up and everything gets twice as expensive. From what I read a little while back, I've got an itchy nose. I've got one hand on the screen and one hand holding a can of beer. Oh. Good news to report, folks. My spider problem seems to have eased. Although this week I've been plagued by flies. And I thought it must have been because I'd got some food going off. Now there was, like I said, something had gone off in the freezer or fridge, one or the other. But all the flies would come in the morning and they'd swarm around for it, and then they'd disappear in the afternoon and come back in the evening. And I'd run out of fly spray. I'd run out of, I don't know, which conjugation do you want to use? Which participle? But I got the fly spray. I had one good spray around, Not excessive, but just a decent spray around. Gone. You get the odd one, but I live in a field. But we've been plagued by the little bastards. This just coincided with me emptying the fridge freezer, and if there was something bad in there, moving it out. Well, I don't know. My neck is killing me, folks. We're on 3 hours. I don't know if I can get to 4. I'm in agony. I've been frequenting my local bar and singing karaoke for comedy night. That's alright if you can sing. I can't do that. I can't sing. It's a local place I can walk to, and with the advice of Delta Mike, I've made new friends down there. Yeah, I did say to, you don't have to, don't follow my advice too closely. You'll end up getting called an alky like I do. 3 hours in, folks, and I've had one can of beer and a couple of swigs out the top of this. Not too many beers before the karaoke. A couple for Dutch courage. Oh, whiskey. Okay, the whiskey helps with the singing, and only a few. Be careful. After a few whiskeys, you'll think you sound marvelous. Other people will be videoing you and putting you on YouTube. I don't know what Crown Royal is. Is that a beer, or is that something stronger? Hazelnut, I believe. I've missed something there. Unless it was to do with me and the peanuts that get cooked. Nice, right? A nice cold rye. Rye whiskey, okay. And ginger helps to get the lyrics out. Whiskey and ginger, is that not a dark and stormy? No. No, it's a whiskey mac. I think in Scotland. Okay, let me. So Frank says to Farmer, there's a young lady who sang. I was just checking it wasn't a limerick. There was a young lady. No, he says, Farmer, there was a young lady who sang Self-Esteem by The Offspring last Friday, and it blew me away how well she sang it. Did my little piece too, but of a sad song called Smoke Rings in the Dark by Gary Allen. Yin and Yang, Frank, one happy song, other not. Won't be much singing World Cup, empty seats, corrupted greed, says Keith, stepping in with his... yeah, aren't they? They've put restrictions on certain foreign groups. They're also warning people not to try walking to the football stadia, because America's not a good walking country. There's no footpaths at the side of the roads. You're expected to drive or be driven. And then we're up to where I was before with Frank, with the 1 year, with the first... Fucking hell. Do you know if that was an electric scooter that had been and gone and you would have never known they were there? Today is the first anniversary of the passing of my Jackie, so I've been a bit of a mess for the past couple of weeks. That's understandable enough, my friend. Remember those memories of what I was going through then and where I am now. Keith asks if you've dreamt about Jackie. Do you know, after my mum died, for the first few months I did. I dreamed that we were sat in a room together and that she was in the armchair and talking. I don't know that I would consider it being visited by, but it was certainly a nice dream. I've got no idea what this is about. You're talking in lingo. SNL will be Saturday Night Live. Never seen it, know nothing about it. Farmer, have you seen the Holmes Jeff Saturday Night Live skit with Will Ferrell? Oops, it's jumped. Which way did it jump? No. Jumps. Have helped people who wanted ideas. Okay, it's years now, but wanted to do a skit, and this is what came up with. The fuck? Oh, there's more I've missed in between. I'm struggling, folks, because of the way it's behaving with the jumping. I don't think I'm going to make the 4-hour mark. I'm in agony. Oh, if I can get close. Maybe if I can get closer. Maybe if I try the old trick of... What if I'll try switching between different chat modes, see whether that helps. It probably won't. How far back do I need to go? Okay, Frank doesn't know if he's been visited by his departed Jackie. He's had some pretty vivid dreams though a couple of weeks ago. No, it jumped still. Guys, what if I try stepping out and coming back in? It's a risk. It could go wrong and I might get locked out. But I can't keep hold of chat like this. I'm after carrying Tina around half the day. It's not half a day, but having to just keep hold of chat at arm's length is it's pretty tough. I'm gonna... What's the best? I always have this question of what's the best way of stepping out. Bear with me, don't leave. When I come back, I want to see all 13 of you still here, even if it takes a minute or 3. Okay, I'm going to click on the weather forecast and go. It says you're live. Let's see whether it... I don't think it really properly left. It brought me back in too easily. Little 125cc 2-stroke. Damn, I miss the sound of them. Are they still legal in Spain? Apparently. They're clamping down on the electric scooters that are bloody silent. But $4,000 prices for World Cup tickets. Jesus. I hope the scalpers get left with those in their hands, in their pockets, in their whatever. Let me just scroll. No, it jumped. Can I get back to where I was? I'm almost back to... Here we go, Vivid Dreams. Okay, here's Farmer to Frank. Don't get too down. Happy memories, and she would want the best for you to do well and continue. You're better here with us in this world. Always remember that. That was the Vivid Dreams a couple of weeks ago. Got a truly out of the blue letter from her uncle the other day. Hope it's a good one. Don't think I've seen it, Frank. Okay, that's about the Will Ferrell skit. Had me cracking up laughing as much as the couple of beer skits with Shane Gillis. No idea who that is. Good news, I hope, or at least well wishes, Frank. Check this out, hilarious, I know the drummer. Okay, that's another probably music from the sounds of it. Keep thinking of that scene in Step Brothers, Did You Touch My Drum Set? Another reference lost on me. I know it's Will Ferrell and that guy who looks like he's got the face of a bulldog that's chewing a wasp. Farmer says pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button and consider subscribing. We seem to be stuck on 16 on the thumbs ups. Nobody else wants to. And it's jumped again. I see someone saying Andy. Let me scroll back. There he is. Evening, guys. Hope you're all doing okay. Andy's computer tube. Hello, mate. I'm in agony, to be honest. I don't know how long I can carry on. Whatever this muscle here is. Trapezius, I think. Is it? Or is it? Which are the trapezius? Which are the deltoid? Deltoid's the one down here, isn't it? Is this the trapezius? These triangle ones on between your neck and your shoulder. I'm in agony. Chat is jumping around like a fucking who knows what. I'm going to try one more time to exit and see whether I can exit it properly. That one, it took me back in too easily. It didn't make me say, you were in a stream, do you want to continue? It just took me straight back in. Maybe it needs, what can I do? When I accidentally click on stuff, there's a link somewhere up there and it takes me out and I struggle to get back in, but when I do, it's like a reset. Let me see what I can do. That's not it. No. Now I've fucked something up. How about if I click the PayPal link at the top? That'll take me out. Give me 2 minutes, folks. I'm going to go back out and come back in. Now that was a proper leave and come back. I wonder whether that'll work. Those dogs. Right, let me just, what do I do? I don't know how far to go back. Okay, it's not jumping. No, it did, it jumped. Fuck. I can't do this, folks. I can't do this. I'm going to end in the next 5 or 10 minutes. We will not even make it. We're not going to make it to the 4-hour mark. Unless, well, the only other thing I can do, and this is up to you, whether we can carry on like this. If I can bring this to here and maybe move the lamp, I have to make sure it's plugged in properly. It has a habit of a bit of a loose connection. I can do this in front of me, and then it's not that. Now it's going to be a bit of seasickness for you all. But I can hold on to the phone here. Letter from her uncle had me cracking up. Skates, I saw those. There was a link to a skate. Did you touch my drum? And it jumped. Fuck. A dirt bike. Hello, Andy. We got to hello, Andy. Was I going backwards when I found that? You need the spiders to catch the flies. Yeah, I did keep killing the spiders. I was having 2 a day crawling over me. I mean, literally crawling up the bed and up and over me. And they were as big as a man's. They were big as a man's hand. I mean, they were. You saw, well, if you were here, you saw the one. I think it's Farmer who said, "Don't look now." Well, when you watch the replay, watch out for the spider kind of thing. And I looked, and there's a fucking. It was just there next to my head. I mean, it was just fucking. Look at that! I managed to take my hand off without it. Oh, it did jump a bit. On again. That's a little bit annoying. But I'm not in agony. I can keep my finger on the screen without it hurting my shoulder and neck. There are some footpaths. Hope local authorities help them with their walking to the pitch. Yeah. You got any idea how many people we're talking about? 50, 80, 100,000 people. I don't know how big your stadiums are over there. Over here, a regular league game will get 80,000 people. For the big teams, the top teams. Big matches, international matches. I'm not sure Wembley's capacity. The new Wembley. Is it only 20 years old? It's new. I like the old Wembley. I haven't been to the new one. Okay, I'm working forwards. I can't go back any further. It won't let me. Apologies to anybody and any comment I missed. Sounds like a dirt bike. It sounded like a hairdryer on wheels, or a lawnmower. Okay, footpath local authorities. $4,000 for World Cup tickets. Yes, that's empty seats. It's going to be embarrassing if that's the case. Definitely sound like a two-stroke dirt bike. Okay, the 125cc two-stroke. Damn, I miss the sound of them. Really? I hate them. Everywhere they go, there's like 1,000 people listening to them. They're back. I'm not sure if that's the same one. That sounded faster. Frank was looking at tickets for the World Cup and the prices were ridiculous. You probably can't get them from official sources anymore, no? You're having to go through resellers and scalpers. Fuck off. He's just driving up and down this road. That's fine, go take a break. No, not yet. If I can find a way to carry on, I'll find a way to carry on. Release some liquid, drop weight. You tell me to go to the loo. Just step out. You're back. Oh, okay, they're just stepping out. Oh, I thought he lost it there. There was a sliding kind of noise. I came back okay, but it didn't cue the jumping around of chat. Traps, okay, yeah. Farmer was the actual video from the NSO page blocked there. Okay. I think it might have been. It happened here before. Oh, are these region blocked? Yeah, whatever they call it. You have to get your VPN out. Out of time documentary. Was that the link that you posted? No idea what that is. I need some context, Farmer. Context. I checked. Okay, I'm at the bottom of chat now. I've caught up, so it can't jump on me unless it decides to go awkward and go the other way. I checked tickets 2 months ago and they were stupidly expensive then. Yeah. You have to get in at the beginning. You have to be in there in the first half hour after the. But then you. Do you even know who you're seeing? I assume that the tickets are sold after the draw's made, so at least you know which teams are playing in which stadium. Is that eye? Look at that eye. It's way off, isn't it? Look at that guy. How tired must I be for that eye to be off like that? Because I didn't get my nap this afternoon. I've been awake most of the night, almost every night lately. Not sleeping very well at night. I think I've been dehydrated as well. I won't tell you why I think it. Let's just say minimal output. Oh, out of time was the license on DeLorean. It was indeed. It was indeed. Michael J. Fox and all that. Shame what happened to him, eh? Back to the Future. It's about the effects of the Back to the Future movie franchise. Has it had effects? Hoverboards that don't really hover. What else? I can't think. When the film was made, was DeLorean already a joke, or was that still like a viable proposition? I remember when they went bust and there was like car parks full of full of them. Wasn't there a scandal behind it all as well? Was that there was financial skullduggery. I have to be careful because there was another company. There was a company wanting to make wooden Land Rovers that were supposed to be used to drive aid to Africa, and the company was called Africa. So Africa with an R on the end. And that went bust similarly. And I don't remember if they both had financials. I'm pretty sure they both had big scandals behind them. The idea was like a wooden Land Rover that wouldn't be eroded as harshly by the Sahara Desert or whatever. I don't know. It was still a car maker in '86, okay. And it jumped back. So now it's jumping backwards on me. DeLorean was defunct in '83, says Frank. So we've got a clash here. Farmer says it was still a car maker in '86. And Frank says no, it wasn't. And Farmer posts a "We Are the World." That was your version of Live Aid. Band-Aid, as we had Feed the World. Do They Know It's Christmas Time? And you had Feed the World. We Are the World. Oh, We Are the World. Hold on, was that a different thing? What was that Hands Across America thing? That might have been an AIDS thing. And would have been a little bit later. We Are the World. No, that was the group that sang your charity song for Ethiopia, if I'm remembering right. See, I can't click the links, so I don't get the context the rest of you can get. I'm out of the loop, folks. I'm out of the loop. Have we getting enough light on me here? I think so, just about. Oh, what I can do, give me a second, I can turn it up, can't I? There we go. As long as that's plugged in. There we go. That's a bit better, yeah? As long as you don't get too much glare off my glasses. How do I... If I can tilt things the right way. That's okay. No, until I turn... I got to keep my head off to the side from the camera. Otherwise you see the light on my glasses. It's all down to the angle in my head. I got to talk. I got to point my head over there, which even when I look here, my right eye is going to be over there. Fuck! What a mess! What a mess my body is. Okay, what else has happened this week then, folks? Did I go through the themes of the week? I don't think I did. I haven't done the thank yous either. Let me quickly do the thank yous for this week. So far it is my friend Colleen, who comes around and brings me the paper most weeks, who's been ill and missed a couple of weeks. I was really concerned. Colleen came around Thursday morning. Saturday morning, Karen leaving the country and bringing me 3 bags of food, 90 odd litres of water. I think 90. I don't think they're 8 litre bottles, but there was let's say there was either 12 or 14 lots of 6. So about 84, maybe 84 litres. I might have overstated it previously by a bit. And the other one, the other one is Tony D from Australia. Akadaka, who used to be in chat, he usually watches, I think, excuse me, because of the time zones with Australia, he tends to watch the next day, I think while he's at work or while he's working. He sent a PayPal donation through this morning. So thank you, Akadaka. if you see this. If you don't worry. I've already said thank you privately, but just let everyone else know. Okay, someone bought them out after the initial bankruptcy. Might have finished 84, 85, possibly getting rid of selling cars. Frank thinks GM may have given DeLorean the help. Maybe just bought the brand and taken over the stock on the cheap. Look at this. It's stained because of the bolognese. There's probably food stored in there somewhere. I don't know, folks. Can I do another half an hour of this? I'm not sure. Especially if I can't reach for my beer. Where's my girl? Can I show my girl? Are you awake, babe? I don't think. Oh yeah, you are. Hold on then. Let's show you off. Let's pimp out my gimp. Pimp my gimp. Come on. There you go. Here she is. She is more or less asleep. Let's just tuck your collar back in and under. There you go. That's better. No loose end waggling about. Look at this, folks. Look at this. That is my little lady. Hey. Okay, I'll turn the light off now. Go see, please. Go see, please. Hold on. Oh, you opened your eyes just as I left you. Let's have a look, folks. Chat keeps disappearing on me. That's to be expected. The sun's going to be setting soon, friends, and I'm thinking about taking a walk down to the lake, to watch the sunset. That's a nice idea, Frank, to round off your commemorative day. Like we all say, think of the nice times, my friend, not the tough times at the end there. But that'd be nice. Bit of nature, nice sunset, especially if there's an actual sunset. If you get the red glowing skies, don't get them often here in Torrevieja. It's nice when you do. I often miss them. I haven't got a window. The tent's got 2 windows, but I've never taken the curtain down from in front of them. I don't want people looking in. Frank says, oh, sweet Tina. She's very sweet when she wants to be. She's also got a very smelly ass at times, eh, babe? When I'm stroking her, she closes her eyes and looks like she's asleep. When I stop, she opens them again. There she goes. Oh. Okay, folks. I'm going to try and hang on for the 4-hour mark, just so that it's available for more quickly for replays. If I don't make it there, if I don't make it to 4 hours, this won't be released until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow, my time. Just finishing up having my Mystic pizza and beer, and I'll be walking down to the waterfront. Thank you all for the kind words. I look forward to chatting again, friends. Yeah, give me a call in the next couple of days, Frank. Let me try and think of a right time. Midnight or 1 o'clock my time. You're 6 hours behind me. So yeah, 6 or 7 in the evening your time. I think that works out at. Any later and you always risk me being asleep. It's always a risk. Also, there's the issue of whether I'm using the tablet or the phone, because WhatsApp is only installed on the phone. So if the phone's on charge and I'm watching the tablet, or I fall asleep with the tablet, the phone will be over there, 5 meters away. I won't even know it's happened. Oh, I missed the sit down under a tree and give her the opportunity to send you something. That's a nice thought, Fabrizio. Good evening, Frank. Catch you later, my friend. Okay. Good night, mate. Or good evening. It's going to be a good night. I've got a feeling. Black Eyed Peas again. Okay, folks. Oh, we hit 17 on the thumbs up. That's nice. Thank you, whoever that was. Who's left? Who's still here? Is it just Farmar again? Marie's probably still stuck in the background, thinking that Farmar is dominating the conversation. If you don't want Farmar to dominate the conversation, you have to speak up, folks. Come on, there's 11 of you out there. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Not like that. Don't hold it like that. Gary, I think, was the last person other than Farmar or Frank. That's the last one I see speak that's not Farmar or Frank. Andy said hello. Don't think he said much since. Are you guys, who's still here? Somebody say hello if you're still here. And I can't get further back because it jumps. Okay, Mike, time to drop a pound of water under a tree. You or me? How come you sound disappointed when the only one left is Farmer? I'm not disappointed at all, my friend. You and me can chat away. It's just weird that it says there's 10 people here. I want to know that they're not all bots. And now it says 11. Now I see 17. I see 17. Okay. Oh, I think I saw 17 before, didn't I? Oh, Farmer says 18. Again, the Ajax requests or whatever the technology is nowadays, playing fun and games with us. Andy's still here, yeah, in the background. Okay, mate. Any other lurkers who have the keyboard or whatever within reach? Who just want to make their presence known? Or are you all new people? Maybe I should redo my intro. 3.5 hours in, you are watching Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Let's cut this short. Basically, I'm a homeless guy, a homeless Englishman, trapped in Spain by circumstance, living in a field in a tent. My bank says I'm not me, I can't have my money, and therefore I struggle to survive in the wilderness of a city. Kind of on the edge, on the outskirts of a city, not far from the coast, 100 meters that way, maybe 150. Depends whether you want to walk around the trees or go as the crow flies. In a city called Torrevieja in Spain. That's the long and the short of it. Been doing this YouTubery for a little while now. Was it 3 years a few days ago? It was. And I didn't really mark the occasion properly. 3 years ago. Is that right? May the something or other. I didn't really do a video about it. I didn't realise until about 8 o'clock that night. Andy's been doing a late dinner and laundry. No peace for the wicked. That's a very late dinner. Yep. There's a fly somewhere. I'll have to get the napalm out on it. Might have been on the other side of the wall. That'd be okay. So you got Mike in the background. That's good. So I just got to get Mike to say Andy and you'll look up at the stream. That's how it works. Do you want to guess some other names? See if you can guess the name of the other lurkers. Maybe Marie's out there. Maybe Rose is in hiding. She hasn't said hello yet. Maybe Karen's in the background. Let's face it, she hasn't been to the pub quiz tonight. She hasn't been winning the bacon. She's in the wrong country. I'm always keeping an eye on things, says Andy. Good to know, my friend. Good to know. So yeah, it's Andy and Fabrizio and anybody else who wants to make your presence felt. Okay, Irish player boy. That's Ryan. Hello, hello, my friend. Lurking. He's got eyeballs on. Farmer's guest at Hannah. Let's see if Hannah makes her presence felt. That's Ryan, who was here a week ago today. Brought the kids down to see the tramp. Okay, I ran out of things to say. Let me just reach for my beer. For anyone who's just joined, the reason that the camera's shaking wobbly, I couldn't... The chat was jumping around like crazy. I held my hand, like a meter away from myself to hold on to chat for a couple of hours, 3 hours maybe. It just got too much. It was either end the stream or pick the phone up. And because we're only a little while away from hitting the 4-hour mark, so I do this last half hour or last hour is for the benefit of people who either arrive late and want to go back and watch the beginning, or for people who just arrive like 20 minutes, half an hour after the stream ends. I want to have chat replay enabled for them. And 15-20 minutes after the stream ends, it will all be post-processed and synchronized, and it'll all be available. If we don't make it to 4 hours, then you have to wait 15 or 18 hours. It'll be late tomorrow afternoon before chat replay is available. And nobody wants that. Nobody's going to wait that long. I guess from my point of view also, I get more views when chat replay is there. When it's all post-processed and available, it gets marked as published properly. Once it's fully processed. So if it's not published, you have to have the link, and it's just not that easy to find and hop in. Apparently, as far as I understand things. Okay, folks, let's keep chat going. You've got another 18 minutes to go at least. 17. Probably a little bit more because we have had a couple of interruptions where I've stepped out. We have had a couple of disconnections as well. What was that? No idea. Okay, folks. Talk to a tramp. You know you want to. Other themes of the week. I did my thank yous. We talked about flies. We talked about the food. There are other... Dropping liquid now. Feel free to talk shite while I have my hands preoccupied. How did you type that? Let me just put this back down here a second, folks. I just want to reach across, if I can. I just want to refer to the tablet. I'm sure I'm missing something in my themes for the week. Like I said earlier, I don't really have any notes for this week. Pro tip, gardening is bad for the knees. You got to take a cushion with you at this age, mate. You got to, cushion's not good enough. You need a mattress under your knees. And those knee pads built into your trousers. Where are we? Samsung Notes. See, only the best for a tramp like me. Everything's coming up Samsung. That's the file. No, not the file. The note, the book, the whatever. Themes, flies. We talked about flies. The heat we've mentioned. These days that are just about touching 30 now through the day, and it doesn't get below 20 at night. I mean, that's a thing. So having the EcoFlow, the solar panel, the fan, and the one of the other things here is the food, the fridge freezer. But having another 7 bags of food spread out on the floor in the tent, I got to be careful with that. Those were the main themes of the week. We did the thank yous. My friend Colleen, who brings me the paper, Karen, who does so much for me, who just left the country, brought me 3 bags of food, 80 or 90 litres of water, and Tony D. Akadaka in Australia, who sent me a PayPal donation. I woke up this morning to find I didn't see it initially, but it sent me a PayPal donation at about 6 o'clock this morning, apparently. Are there any notes for the week that I don't think there are. It's been a very quiet week, folks. Until a couple of days ago, I'd not seen anybody all week. Okay. Yeah. Basically, it's adjusting solar panels, judging when to turn on and off the fridge and the fridge freezer, trying to keep a good temperature in there, but not run it. If I set it to like -2 and leave it running all night, so you'd think it would get to -2, it'll turn off, it'll fall back, it'll come back, but it uses a whole EcoFlow overnight, 250 watt hours. I'd rather not have my EcoFlow starting from 0 in the morning, because what if we don't get as sunny a day as we hope for? That would be... I'm getting kicked again. On the front legs though. See, normally she would... back in the day, it would have been the back legs. I wonder if I could show you without waking her up. It's not particularly violent at the minute. It's on the flash on, but away from her. Here she is, look, it's only the front legs twitching. Back legs are perfectly still. I can move my knees out of the way. No, the light's waking her up. Sorry, babe. Back leg's just not moving at all, folks. Add extra insulations. Well, one of the problems with the fridge is right next to the door of the tent on the east side. All morning it's got the sun on that door, and I need to open the door for ventilation. I've got to get some air moving. Now what I tend to do is I open that door, and I've got the cardboard box that the solar panels came in. You know, the thin flexible ones. There was 2 panels, but I got that box and I put that outside the door to block most of the sun. And then I'll twist the door so the right hand side comes to the left hand side goes to, and I'll kind of place that over that box. So I keep it in shade, but it still gets some sunlight, and it is in the heat. But I need some of the doorway open for airflow. But I did think about whether or not I could like put a blanket or a quilt or something over the fridge. Got to allow for the airflow, the air intake and the outlet. But insulating it is. I did have that thought. The problem is when it's 28, 30 degrees and hotter. But yeah, shading it. I do my best to keep it shaded. I mean, if it's insulated well itself, the heat on the outside of the box shouldn't affect the inside too much. But it does rapidly. So this evening, I turned it off and it was on -9 or 8 or something. And an hour later, so I took the EcoFlow. The EcoFlow was down to 80%, and I took it across the field to get it back above 90, 95 before the close of play. And in that hour and a half, it went from -9 or 10. It went to like +2. And I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah. So yeah, some kind of extra keeping the sun off it. I might see whether I can just move it indoors a little bit more, so it's less close, like less near, further away from. Oh, is that a spider? No, I think it's just a wrinkle. Oh, now I'm getting kicked. That was a proper kick. Oh, okay, babe. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. We're all okay. That's my girl. Calmate, amiga mia. Tranquilo. Tranquilo. That's my girl. Where are we, folks? Mindful of vents. Yeah, the air intake and the air out. Yeah. Because it is a proper compressor thing. I got blanket. I think I've got a spare quilt, but I'd rather not use the quilt. But I do have blankets. Yeah. I do that with cool boxes. Yeah. I probably could have done that and improved my preservation of food in the. So I said I was freezing bottles of water and putting them out into the cool box. And again, that's the lack of those is probably part of why it's not staying cold as long. Previously, I had bottles of cold water in the bottom of the freezer, and everything else stood on them. And if those froze, just the thermal mass all being cold would have helped stabilize less rapid movement of temperatures in either direction. But yeah. Yeah. That foil bubble wrap stuff is good. Like the stuff on car windscreens. I had some of that, it disintegrated on me. I had two big, well, they weren't that big, but I had two big sheets of that metallic foil padded stuff that people put across windshields to keep the sun out and stabilize the temperature. They weren't that good, actually. When I first got them, I thought I'd lay on them and it would keep the heat in. It didn't really work that way. Is this the same one again? I don't think it's as loud. Quality varies. Yeah, probably. In fairness, I was using them on the outside of the tent. So, because this is the east wall, I had them on the outside I had one on the outside of the bedroom. Reduce how quickly the sun made the bedroom hot. And I had one on the south wall. Same thing, but as the sun went around in the afternoon. Here we go. No, it's not as bad. So yeah, keep the sun off in the morning, keep the sun off in the afternoon, but I don't know. Quality varies, yeah. Maybe actual bubble wrap. Do I have any? I'm not sure. I wonder if there was some in the box that the solar panels came in. There's polystyrene in there. I used for forever after I got the first solar panel, the big, the metallic, the aluminium and glass one. I kept the bubble wrap from that for ages. That was 2 years ago. I'm not still going to have that, am I? If I did, where would it be? I've got so much stuff in here, folks. I don't know where. I'm really going to have a clear out. But I say that every month, and then I do some work towards it, and then something happens. Someone brings me something, or I find something. I add to my hoard. I don't think I could be diagnosed as an actual hoarder, but I feel like it sometimes. Keeping stuff just in case. But unlike some people whose just in case is like just in case there's a world war or something, my just in case has there's an actual need. I'm really put off by how far this eye has wandered. That's looking I look like there used to be a comedy actor in America. Hegarty? Somebody Hegarty, maybe? Big bushy beard and eyes that are off like hell. I might be pulling Hegarty out of nowhere. I think he'd often be in things with Wilford Brimley. Is that his name? Something like that, anyway. Andy's away from keyboard, but we'll be listening. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to carry on, mate. The aim was to reach 4 hours. There are supposedly 12 people here, but there's only 2 of you being talked. Oh, Keith was there. I didn't see Keith with his sign of nature and his England flag. You see, because it jumps like this. Okay, that was the gardening is bad for the knees. Danger zone. Top Gun. Fly me to the danger zone. I'm going to say Europe, but it'll turn out to be the other one that's not Europe. Who's the other one that's not Europe? Don't know. Can't remember. Okay, extra insulation. So Andy's stepping away. Farmhouse here again in the background, I think. Keith, sign of nature, is here. Now's your chance, mate, while everyone else is quiet. Ryan, if you've got anything to say. Farmer guessed that Hannah might still be out there. I wonder if Rose was out there, but maybe she's working. Yeah, don't the inlet and outlet. Yeah. I'm aware of the risk of that. Actually, where it is, it's not too far away from the cardboard box that the EcoFlush stand on. So periodically, I try and separate them and give a bit of extra ventilation room, whatever you want to call it. Good night, Irish. Oh, there you go. Night all, have a good week, says Ryan. I didn't see you there, mate. Good night, mate. Have a good one yourself. And thank you for last weekend. Here we go, folks. We're about to hit the 4-hour mark. If I'm going to go over, I need people to talk to. Otherwise, I've run out of things to say, I think. So we'll be calling it quits in about 2, maybe 3 minutes. I'll give it a little bit of a margin of error because we've had a few outages. It might use the exterior as a radiator. No, that there's there's fan sucking in, fan blowing out. I don't think it... Well, what I can do is I can experiment. I get it to a temperature, switch it off while uncovered, see how long it takes to get from, say, -10 back to 0, and then back to -10. How long does it take to get to 0? You know, climb up to 0 with a blanket over, a blanket or two. A Leary. Know your lawful rights. Shows how they bend your rights. Speaking of rights, has anybody watched the whole shenanigans with the Lego bricks and wrecking? What's he called himself? I can't remember the lad's name. It's not Wrecking Ryan. Or what's his name? I've been watching it all week and now I don't remember the details. Talk about abuse of rights. You get a search warrant based on nothing. You storm the apartment and everyone stood in the doorway. Everyone comes straight to the doorway. They all come out and are immediately placed under arrest. This was a search warrant. Immediately placed under arrest. The cops spend exactly 90 seconds doing a sweep of the apartment, just checking there's nobody else in there. They're not going to get shot in the back. How much of a search do they do with their search warrant? Fucking zero. Absolutely zero. And everyone's already been arrested for no reason. No probable cause. They did not spend any time executing the search warrant. They arrived, they arrested them, they took them to the police station and said, we're going to take you to the police station. Once we're there, we're going to sort this out and see what we can get you for. That's not how arrest works. You need reasonable articulable suspicion ordinarily. Bearing in mind that it was a search warrant, not an arrest warrant. And only one, they actually tried to tag on an arrest on the bottom of the search warrant, but only for one of the guys. Absolutely unbelievable behavior. America, was it called America Fork? America Fork Police Department in Utah. So yeah, if you want a bit of entertainment, look, just type Lego into YouTube after you finish here, and just catch up on. It's called Wrecking. I don't know. I'm pretty sure his name begins with R, because he spells the wrecking just with an R, not with a W. I don't know whether that's an American thing or whether it's just a youth internet thing. Wrecking. You're looking for Lego wrecking somebody or other. Bricks and figures or figurines, bricks and something or other, bricks and minifigs, something like that. Very entertaining. Anyway, folks, nobody's really talking to me, so I think we are over the 4-hour mark, plus a little margin of error. I guess we're going to call it quits there, unless you speak now or forever hold your peace. And if you're holding your peace, don't point it in my direction. Okay, folks. I thank you very much for joining me tonight. I will try and do an extra stream. Ever rode a bicycle, asks Keith. There's an obscure question. I had a chopper as a kid, if you know the rally chopper. Yeah, I rode lots of bikes as a kid. We were talking earlier about riding around a quarry on the narrowest of paths, and the path ended. Sign has questions. He does, apparently. Is there a reason for you asking, Keith? I've never rode one out here in Spain. I'd be really confused about when you make a turn, which side of the road should I be on? This whole right-hand side of the road instead of the left-hand side of the road thing. It confuses me now still when I'm crossing the road. That was quite a big mozzie type fly. Where'd he go? I'll have a spray around when we finish here, folks. I think I am gonna call it. Oh, okay, I've got a fly. Yeah, there he is. Where'd he go? Into the darkness. I will get the napalm out on him in a minute. Okay, guys, I am gonna call it there. We didn't make it to 20 thumbs ups, unfortunately. That's a shame. But for anyone who's arrived late and wants to go back to the beginning and catch up, if you give it 20 minutes, maybe, when you come in, check that chat replay is enabled. It should be there or thereabouts. You might have to wait an extra 5 minutes. But look at this. People start arriving now that I've decided to shut it down. I thank you all for joining me, helping a tramp see his transition from the weekend to the week. And I'll try and do something through the week this week. Maybe Tuesday. Tuesday's actually like my mum would have been my mum's birthday. So maybe I'll do something there. I don't know, something poignant maybe. Try and do a live stream maybe a bit of cooking or something one day this week. Sat out under my parasol or sombria if you prefer. Okay, let's do this in the manner to which we've become accustomed. Let's point the camera at the little lady. Oh, look at her. Oh, look at her. From Tina. Oh, I'm sorry, babe. I was talking about you, not to you. Oops. Trying to guide my hand to you while I was looking at the screen. I forget that it gets the distances all wrong. Cheers to Mike's mum, says Farmer. And Andy says TC. Lost. Okay. From Tina. It's okay, babe. Keep your eyes shut. Oh, take care. Okay. You see, I'm not up on the internet. The youth speak and the internet lingo. Here she is, look. All right. For the third time. Catch you later, folks. From Tina. Oh, don't keep waking up when I say that. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out. Cheers, guys and gals.